I don't like that either. Greetings, family. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder, let's see if I can get this right, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I'm back at y'all ass. Finally. It's been a while, longer than I intended. But it is what it is. I got a lot going on. It's always a lot going on. I know y'all can understand. I'm going to do very minimal housekeeping this evening because I am, again, as I often am, attempting to be highly ambitious in what it is I accomplish this evening. Because I still have work to do after I do this live. So a couple of things that I just want to say. First of all, I want to shout everybody out. Thank everybody for taking time out of their day to join me this evening for what I feel like is going to be a very, very, very important live that I'm doing this evening. The other thing I want to do is I just want to ask you all to be patient with me. Okay, there are several of you that that have either paid for readings or won readings through the raffles that I am climbing through the list to get to. Okay, I spent, what's today? Tuesday night, I spent 4 hours. I couldn't believe it. 4 hours responding to emails, both of new people who are inquiring about readings and also people who are following up on their raffle wins. I have not forgotten about you. I am not putting you off. So I spent 4 hours the other night responding to emails just to wake up. Thank you, Java Watson, for the donation, dear. Just to wake up the next morning, Wednesday morning, to another 25 emails after spending 4 hours the night before responding to emails. So I promise you, I am convicted and I will be approaching everybody that has emailed me. So check your emails because even within the last 48 hours, I've sent out a lot of emails. So check your emails, check your spams. Okay. And so several of you, I will be reading either today, not today, tomorrow or Saturday. Okay. I have a few readings scheduled for Sunday. So I'm literally like climbing through the list, child, and I'm doing a lot of readings. Okay. Readings and consultations, not to mention new people that are coming locally directly to me. Okay. So that's just what I want to put out. I am not ignoring anybody. I am not putting you off. I am getting to you. That is what's happening. Okay. What else? We have a lot coming up. I have been wanting to, intending to, for the last, since Saturday, I have been intending to, making it my primary mission as soon as my feet hit the floor in the morning. I am going to do a live today, come hell or high water. And hell comes because by the end of the day, I'm like, oh, I haven't been able to do a reading. So, okay, I made it my mission. I came straight from my sitar class, and I was like, I'm not doing another thing until I do some kind of live tonight. Just one to let you guys know that I'm still alive. You know, I still get those emails like, "You still alive?" Yes, I am alive. I am so busy. But I told y'all when we were preparing for the equinox the week before, it's only going to get busier. Energetically, cosmologically, we are only going to get busier. Okay. And so what I have been really committed to do for myself is to set relatively reasonable commitments and timelines for myself so I don't, because it will be too easy. I'm just warning you. I will forever warn you. It'll get too easy to fall into a state of overwhelm, and we cannot afford to do that. We have to, in the midst of chaos and busyness, we have to maintain a level of clarity so that we do not descend into old patterns of becoming overwhelmed. And in that overwhelm, we become energetically subdued. Okay. And speaking of which, I will say something very briefly about this. And I think I mentioned it last week. Over the last 3 months, since we entered into the new year, the word, whether it's doing consultations, whether it's working with people in person, whether it's doing readings, the word that continues to come up, particularly, but not exclusively, particularly for women, is the word exhaustion. And it has been coming up so frequently that I have come to the conclusion, and y'all can help me with this. I have come to the conclusion that we have to create a new word. Exhaustion does not adequately explain or describe what we have been collectively expressing as exhaustion. And the reason I'm saying that is because I'm working with so many people who are doing everything right. They're getting plenty of rest. They're getting plenty of sleep. They're taking days off. They're eating as good as they can be. They're doing, quote, all things right, right? And in spite of, in their mind, doing all things right, the word that people continue to use to explain, at least in their mind, what they're experiencing is exhaustion. And it's not. It's not. And so the reason that I am making such a big deal about this is because, again, we have been doing this walk and this dance with each other for a long time now. I've been up on here for 5 years. I have diligently. I've been up on here for 5 years. For the last 2.5 years, we have been talking very deeply and extensively about how extraordinarily important it is to master language. Thank you, Goddess Daja, for your donation, dear. I appreciate you so much. We have to master language. 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 It's not a small thing. It is an issue of gargantuan proportion. Yes, it is. And without, you don't even have to get all esoteric-y and, like conspiracy theory-esque or anything like that to recognize the importance of being able to adequately communicate what it is you are experiencing in your flesh, in your daily life, in order to be able to remedy what it is you're experiencing. That's why I mentioned prior to that how so many people are out here doing the work, self-care and mastering the healing arts and taking the classes and doing the meditation and going to the retreats and taking the workshops, and they still do not have the language yet to adequately describe why it is that the primary experience that they are having on a daily basis, despite all of the things they are doing, is exhaustion. It is because exhaustion is not what you are experiencing. It's not. And I can't tell you what you're experiencing. I experience it too. But I just know that I had to stop myself. It was such a habit. I would sleep a full, deep, uninterrupted 8 hours. I would do my little morning regimen of, my warm water with lemon and this and this and this and this. And then I'd be like, God, I'm so tired. And then I would have to stop myself and say, no, I'm not tired. So what is it that I'm experiencing? Because my flesh is not tired. My body is not tired. So what is it that I am experiencing? And this is what we have to figure out together, because I don't have an answer, but I did want to put that out. I'd made up my mind. I wanted to put that out because it is happening so much. I'm reading so many people. I am reading and working with and counseling so many more people than I ever have. And this word, more than any other, continues to come into the space. And I have to stop them. I'm like, look, I don't know what to call it yet. It is what I'm plotting and scheming on. But the word is not exhaustion. We are not exhausted. So we have to come up with something. I will catch myself in my head saying, damn, I'm tired. And then I'll have to be like, no, I'm not tired. I am well rested. I am well fed. What is it that I'm experiencing? And so this, I'm just putting out. We have to solve it together. We have to come up with a new language together. The other thing, and why I talk about the language being so important in this period, is because it keeps coming up. I can't remember this woman's name, but she is a Jewish woman on, I cannot remember her name. She's a Jewish woman on she is a Jewish woman on IG. She just wrote a book. You know, she is very, 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 she is a very like hardcore, outspoken, anti-Zionist, pro-Palestinian activist. Okay. And I just happened to catch all willy-nilly. She was doing this short piece on her IG, and I saved it. I have to find it, but I saved it. And she said something that blew my mind, but I was not surprised. I was amazed, but not surprised. On this particular day, she talked about the history and the etymology of the word indigenous. I ain't gonna go into it. I'm gonna share it with you when I find it. But when I tell you in real damn time, I was like, this issue of language, this issue of the history of language, this issue of the true origin and etymological significance of words that I've been obsessing over for some time, it is not a secondary thing, child. It has to be primary, because when people talk about, language is used to cast spells, that's why it's called spelling. Okay, I'm not even trying to get that deep with y'all. I am trying to tell you that this woman talking about the historical origin of the word indigenous as a colonial word, as an imperially significant colonial word that was created to make a distinction between the colonizer and the colonized. And it got way deeper than that. That is like a very oversimplified explanation of what she was saying. But when I tell you, I was like, I specifically said, when I'm getting chills everywhere. I specifically said, when I heard this live on this little thing on IG, I was like, we are literally going to have to create an entirely new language. And then it sent me on another like internal wormhole, because even when we study etymology, right? Like when I tell y'all, or when real time, I'll say, somebody Google the etymology of the this and this and this and this, right? And y'all, you Google it for me, and you copy and paste it in the feed. But what are the origins even of the etymology? What are the languages, the primary languages that we use to explain the etymological origin of words? When you Google search etymology, what are the languages? What are the primary languages that you are going to be given or led to as the quote origin, the etymological origin of whatever word? It's only a few. It's going to be Latin. It's going to be Greek. It's going to be Old English. It's going to be Hebrew if you're lucky. That's it. And after I saw this woman talk about indigenous and indigeneity and how we shouldn't be using the word to explain who we are as tied to the land, right? The first thing I thought was like, yes, oh my God. As if there are no other languages that we can use as etymologically significant to explain certain words, one. And two, what were the languages that we spoke under the matriarchal societies, under the societies that are significantly longer in the historical record, the human historical record, than these patriarchal languages, which are relatively young in human history? What were the languages that we spoke in goddess worshiping societies? What were the original languages that we spoke in pre-patriarchal Africa? What were the languages that we spoke in pre-patriarchal Europe? What are the languages that we spoke in pre-patriarchal Western hemispheric nations in Asia and around the world. Like, why, when I Google search the etymology of this and this and this and this, does not Mandarin come up? Mandarin is a significantly older language than Greek or Latin or Old English or Hebrew. Why not Mandarin? Why not Hindi? These are significantly older languages. Why can't we know all of the etymological origins of words and not just those four? You understand? So the question of language, and we talked about this extensively in the reading of Pure Lust by Mary Daly. So much so, that book and Beyond God the Father were so significant to her that she wrote another book attempting to do what I'm saying that we need to do. It was a, what do you call it? Like a companion book that she wrote so that people wouldn't have such a hard time reading Beyond God the Father and Pure Lust. She wrote what is called the Webster's First New Intergalactic Wikidictionary of the English Language, conjured by Mary Daly in cahoots with Jane Caputi. This was the companion book that was suggested that you purchase when you buy Beyond God the Father and Towards a Philosophy of Women's Liberation, and Pure Lust, both by Mary Daly. This book is a really radical attempt of doing what I'm talking about right now. One of the things in Pure Lust that she talks about much more than she does in Beyond God the Father is she says that as the weavers of human destiny, as the fates, we, born women, born female, you feel me, have a responsibility more than anybody to change language, to redefine all time. And how language is going to be the thing that allows us the ability to do that. So anyway, the reason I got on that again is because I am experiencing this thing perpetually. When I tell you 4 or 5 times a week, some woman, some person is going to tell me that they are exhausted, though the daily physical maintenance regimen that they incorporate into their life does not match the language of exhaustion. We have to figure this out together. Now, I have some ideas based on traditional Chinese medicine, the whole idea of emotional excesses and the impact that it has on the body, the impact specifically that it has on the spleen, our poor little spleen. You feel me? But even still, this is something that I'm thinking about a lot. So I wanted to say that. There are some other things, but I'm not. There is one thing, and I may have the capacity to do it tomorrow. It's not something that I'm going to do tonight. I didn't want to, but I've been doing a gross amount of like a compilation of major takeaways about the significance of more coming massive astronomical and astrological occurrences that I feel like we need to be up on. But I'm gonna just tell you, it's so much. It's so much. You know what I'm saying? We have an eclipse coming up this week, right? We had massive events last week leading up to the equinox. Before that, we had massive movements coming up before the blood moon. Here we are, the week of the solar eclipse, massive, every single solitary day, massive events that are happening. One of the more extraordinarily significant events that is unfolding in real time and will be impacting our lives for, I think it's 34 years or some shit like that. I took a lot of notes, y'all. I took a lot of notes. As a matter of fact, one of the videos, I didn't paste in the link, but I need to, is from this dude who his page is called the Astrology Podcast, and he and the other astrologer that he used to do this deep dive into the Saturn Neptune conjunction that is about to happen. Baby, it was like mind-blowingly over the goddamn top Amazing. What these two guys had, because I'm not the only neurotic motherfucker out here. You feel me? What these two guys did was literally took 2 months off. See, their page can allow them to do that. They make the kind of dividends that can allow them to take 2 months off while they do a deep dive into what they feel like is an astrologically significant event. This particular video, y'all, that they did about the historical significance of Saturn-Neptune conjunctions like the one that we are going to be experiencing this year was 8.5 goddamn hours long. And when I tell you I was locked the fuck in for the whole 8 hour, locked in. It was so, listen, and I'm going to tell you that even as this thing that they did, they only went back a little bit. They didn't go way back. They said, let us figure out what the similarities of this extraordinary event that is happening this year. Let's go back to the beginning of the United States. They went all the way back to 1774. And they said, let's chart out all of the times that all of the Saturn-Neptune conjunctions since the founding of this country. Okay? That's what they did. Just to 1774. And this Saturn-Neptune conjunction is occurring in the sign of Pisces, which in and of itself is historically significant. Okay? But they went through all of them. In every sign that Saturn-Neptune conjunction occurred, they're like, let's chart them all and then draw out they only did the geopolitically significant events that occurred during these Saturn-Neptune conjunctions. I just wrote a few. Let me just put y'all, because I didn't intend to do this, but I just want to tell you, man. The reason I'm talking to you about this is because we have to get our mind right. We have to get our mind right. You understand what I'm saying? We have to get our mind right. We have to, when I tell you daily, my mantras state my internal voice, my internal mantras, because I've been telling y'all for 5 years since I started talking to you guys about the Pluto in Aquarius thing that we are now fully square up in, and the ability for us to radically change everything if we can keep our mind right. This Saturn-Neptune conjunction is just added fuel to the potential flame presented by oil. Hey, no, don't even start. You will go in the room. Cut it out. This politically significant period that we're in with these two great revolutionaries, Pluto, aka Oya, in the house of Aquarius, aka Shango, and the radical potential that this event affords us for the next 20 years. And so every single amazing, unbelievable, once in a lifetime astrological occurrence that is happening within the context of the crown, which is Oya, Pluto in Aquarius, Shango, is magnified times a million by that. Baby. And the other thing is it is a commitment that I have to make because of my peculiar understanding of the world. Not that I'm better than or anything like that. I have a peculiar understanding of the world because of my lived experience. And so some of the things that I'm able to teach you and tell you is because of that experience, right? So I'm listening to these two guys talk about the geopolitically significant events that have occurred and what those events represent as potentialities for this event that we're walking into, this Saturn Neptune conjunction in Aries. Do you understand me? And the long-standing impact that it is going to have on our lives. This impact is never one-sided, though a lot of astrologers talk about it that way. They talk about the wars and the distant, all the bad things that happen during these conjunctions. And they get stuck on that as, quote, the potential for these events, these astrological events, and do not say on the other side of that, though this is what happened this year, this represents one potential extreme. Let's visualize what the opposing potential extreme can be. They never do that. They never do that. The other thing that is absent in almost every single one of these videos that I watch of other astrologers about all of these historically significant events occurring back to back to back to back to back, right? Is that it's so rare, if ever, that the historically significant events that they talk about as a representation of the possibilities and shit of these events is still always within the context of a Eurocentric, patriarchal, Greco-Roman perspective and interpretation of these heavenly movements. Always. So global history, where colored folks are concerned, almost never factors into the equation unless it is revolving around some Eurocentrically significant event. Every time. And so I would like to do something equivalent to what these men did, which I'm telling you is really, really extraordinarily well thought out. They said that they, in those 2 months, the two of them taking on specific years and pieces of this project, they wrote a PDF that you can have if you join their podcast or whatever, like sign up to their Patreon or whatever, that is 140 pages long. And they only went back to 1774. You understand what I'm saying? It was really radical. It was really radical. But I would like to do something the equivalent of that and speak only about these astrologically significant periods in human history and the impact that they had on the world of color and what gains and pitfalls people of the colored world experience directly representative of the potentialities, both extremes, the potentialities these astrologically and astronomically significant occurrences had on the people. That's what I want to know. We know everything there is to possibly know about the whole entire history of the white world. All of us, we all know it. Can we talk about all of this missing history as globally significant, as demonstrated, perpetrated by people in the rest of the goddamn planet? Can we do that? Can we do that? I would love to do that. You understand what I'm saying? And so the whole while I'm listening to these guys talk about these events, and they were really extraordinarily globally significant events, the whole entire 8 hours, I'm thinking, damn, could we do something like this? Saturn, Neptune conjunction, and only do a whole part, just like they did, but only about the cultural events that happened in these periods, right? And how these cultural events impacted and impacted and influenced what else was happening in the world. Can we do one that's just a cultural breakdown of every single time there was a Saturn-Neptune conjunction and what was happening in the world and how the culture influenced the geopolitical period, and then how the geopolitical significant events impacted the culture? Because the whole time they were talking about these events, I was like, oh damn, this was the year that Jimi Hendrix did X, Y, and Z. Oh my God, this is the year that. So even them talking about something like the one of the Saturn Neptune conjunctions, which began in 1952 and rounded out or peaked in 1953, was the period of McCarthyism, the Red Scare, right? How do you talk about McCarthyism and do not even see it significant to do a deep dive? Because McCarthyism wasn't just some random thing. That wasn't sweeping random people off the street under the threat that they might be in line with or in bed with or spies for the Soviet Union. It wasn't random people. They specifically targeted artists. And of those artists they specifically targeted during the Red Scare, the McCarthyism thing, Black artists were the ones most significantly impacted by McCarthyism. And you Two white guys who are brilliant at what you do did not spend, baby, when I tell you they didn't spend 5 minutes. They didn't spend 5 minutes on the impact of this particular campaign on the emerging revolutionary consciousness of Black people who were still being lynched in real time. And so what they did was attack the apparatus of Black people that had the ability to communicate radical and uplifting and self-sustaining and self-sufficient ideas that could spread like wildfire. And so it was primarily Black artists who were the permanent victims of McCarthyism. That's why we have to do this. That's why our perspective has to be in the center for a change. And then everything else that we already know, because we know every little square inch in detail of white history, global white history, can then now center around us being in the center for a change. You understand? That video that they did, the work that they did to do that was really extraordinary, but it is always lacking. There is not an astrologer that I follow where it is not lacking, because they still brown, red, black, white, doesn't matter the shade of the astrologer. We still have this tendency to place the white world in the center as the subjects of all history, and we, other people around the world, as the objects that center around the significance of white history and the white world. We do that by default. That's what white supremacy does, is have even your Black ass, even your Mexican ass, even your Native ass, even your Indian ass, even as your Maori ass, center the dominance of white people, and then your life and lived experience kind of revolves around it. Oh my God. That's what solar deity worship does. That's what it does. That's what it does. You understand? So these are some of the things that I would really, really, really love to do. I do want to read a couple of things, and then we're going to move on. That came out of this 8.5 hour breakdown of the significance of Saturn Neptune conjunctions and the radical potential that it presents. Okay. It's every 36 years. Let's see. The Black artists had messages in their songs. Yeah, Black folks. Yep. Right. And so here it talks about how let's see. One of the things so I'm still trying to learn my chart. It's like a pain in my ass. I'm still trying to teach myself my chart. But it was saying that one of the things that people should do in this period is research where, like, what sign their Neptune placement falls in their astrological chart, right? And it's saying that because of the slow movement of Neptune, I think he said it was like 164 years. It takes 164 years for Neptune to make its revolution, where Saturn, it takes 29.5 years to make its revolution around the sun. That people need to be well versed about where their Neptune placement is, and people who are around the same age typically have the same Neptune placement. So my Neptune placement is in Sagittarius, and this includes anybody born between 1970 and 1984. If you were born between 1970 and 1984, your Neptune placement is in Sagittarius, and that the description used to explain people with this Neptune placement is these people are defined by their rebellious beliefs. Okay, by their rebellious beliefs. I was like, well, come on in the room for astrology that I need to learn much, much, much more in depth, right? But anyway, so these were the years that there was a Saturn-Neptune conjunction, regardless of the house that it fell in, okay? 2026 is when this one peaks. It begins this year in July, but it peaks in 2026, February 26. It starts January 25, but they were saying because of how the energy of these things kind of ebbs and flows, that we're experiencing the kind of like onset crescendo of the 2025, July 2025 placement in with this conjunction, and then it'll ebb off into retrograde for a little while, where it then peaks and is maintained as of February of 2026, right? And then we will feel the impact of this Saturn-Neptune conjunction for 13 years. Okay, now the year, so 2026, the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction. If any of you guys are anywhere near close to my age, then you will remember how extraordinarily impactful the year 1989 was. And they went over a whole plethora of shit. I was like, oh my God, I forgot about that. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Yeah, I remember that. Damn, right? 1952, and it peaked in 53, 1917, 1882, 1846, 1809, and it was 1773, right? I'm just going to read you a couple of bullet points from 1889, and then we're going to get into what I wanted to get into. And so the reason I'm talking to you about this is because I took a whole gang of notes off this 8-hour live, but so I want to do an astrological live tomorrow, and I really have to narrow what like my focus is going to be. But every time I do this astrological stuff, and I keep telling y'all I'm not an astrologer, right? But I approach astrology from the historically significant aspect of it. And so I am a historian. I'm not an astrologer, but I love this whole, like these type of things that these guys do to go back into the past to talk about what the potentialities are. Listen to this, y'all. This is 1989 through 1991 when it was peaking, right? First of all, 1989, the first thing I thought too, right, is the Cold War ends with the fall of the Berlin Wall, right? And this, they talked about this as being a representation of the unification energy brought about by this Saturn-Neptune conjunction that happened in 1989, because it wasn't just the reunification of Germany with the fall of the Berlin Wall. It was also the same year that Yemen had been, during that colonial period, Yemen had been, quote, divided. Yemen became reunified that year, right? And there were several other places, but those were the two big significant ones. The other thing was the Tiananmen Square protests and massacres in China. That happened in 1989. I remember watching that shit on TV in real time. This was something that he mentioned within the context of the Tiananmen Square and the fall of the Berlin Wall. He said, I want to remind you that another Saturn-Neptune conjunction was the same year, where, and so it talks about these extremes where the question of like rebellion or like, war, like the two sides of war, that type of thing. That same year, so he was talking about the influence of the Soviet Union on all of these other nations. That's why he mentioned the Tiananmen Square and these other places, because they had adopted a philosophy around the Soviet Union. And so he's like, for example, another Saturn-Neptune conjunction that happened in 1848 was two different opposing ideas about how to, quote, face injustice in the world. Not only the same year, within the same week, Thoreau delivered a speech that basically ended up becoming like a think piece, like an essay or whatever, but delivered a piece on civil disobedience, nonviolent civil disobedience. And this became cited, what's his name? Walter Thoreau? I don't remember his first name, but anyway, Thoreau. He did this piece on the necessity for nonviolent civil disobedience, which became the piece that influenced the primary piece that influenced the work of both Gandhi and Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King. The same week that he delivered that speech, Marx released the Communist Manifesto. He released the same week these two extremely opposing ideas about, quote, how to get justice, how to change society. You know what I'm saying? How to, quote, fight the power. And within the week, during this Saturn-Neptune conjunction that took place in 1848, Thoreau delivers this speech that ricochets out in every direction. Because Martin Luther King, this was a whole almost 60 years later, Thoreau delivers this think piece, this speech in 1848, and then here it has this radical influence on Martin Luther King and on Gandhi and all of these people, even to motherfucking today, talking about the significance of the importance of peace at all costs, the importance of civil disobedience, non-violent methods of defeating the state or fighting the power or changing the world. That's today. And that was delivered in 1848. The same week, Karl Marx releases the Communist Manifesto on the importance, the centrality of the rise of the proletariat. What is the proletariat? The workers in arms. That the only way to radically change the world from an extraordinarily violent state apparatus and bourgeoisie is armed struggle. There ain't no way around it. Here, the same week, this is the potential, these extremes being presented in real time of this kind of energetic movement. I thought that was radical. Right? As a matter of fact, when he mentions Thoreau and Karl Marx, the next thing he says is a part of what we talk about when we talk about Marxism and Leninism and communism and socialism and the proletariat and arms and all of that shit, right? And I've talked about it on here. Remember I talked about, I was actually reading a tarot card for you guys called The Snakes, the Crawlers, the Majesty and the Mundane, seeing the majestic nature of the seemingly small. Remember that? And I was talking to you about the war of the fleet, winning the war of the fleet, how one fleet cannot subdue, an enemy, a dog, okay, a lion. One fleet can't do that. Right? But it talks about how if you have a unity of will, a whole plethora of fleas can come together and subdue a lion, right? Remember that? And we called that guerrilla warfare, right? Guerrilla warfare. Do you know that let's see, 50 years prior, when Napoleon invades Spain in 1807, during a Saturn-Neptune conjunction, the term that we use now, guerrilla warfare, to explain non-traditionally organized resistance to an organized military force as guerrilla warfare, it was coined by Napoleon during his invasion of Spain in 1807. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? In 1882, 40 years after Thoreau and Marx, have this extraordinarily opposing idea about how to, quote, end depression and all of this stuff, methods, on the more spiritual kind of aspect, because this is geopolitical. The author and, philosopher and shit, Friedrich Nietzsche, writes the first thing that he did, which I thought was really currently significant, and most people do not know. He wrote a book in German. But they had in quotations what the translation of the book meant. The translation of the title of the book was called The Gay Science. Isn't that fascinating? The Gay Science. Second thing that was significant about Nietzsche this year, 1882, during a Saturn-Neptune conjunction, was when he proclaimed, quote, God is dead. God is dead. That's what he said. He said, listen to what I'm about to tell y'all, child. He said, belief in the Christian God has become unbelievable. Everything that has been built upon this faith, propped up by it, grown into it, grown out of it, including the whole European morality, is bound to collapse. That's what he said in 1882. He said, God is dead, and anything born from Christianity is bound to collapse. That's what he said. That's what he said. Oh, woo! One of the things that they talked about, as significant possibilities during a Saturn-Neptune conjunction was the rise of, what did they say? Extreme paranoia. What's that sound like? The proliferation of the most wild and radical conspiracy theories, to me, as a method of global distraction, if you have me till it. But we're seeing it in real time. This extraordinary rise of people diving deep into conspiracy theories that after you do these deep dives, do they have the capacity to change anything? Except the gobbling up of your very valuable and precious time. Right? So these conjunctions are marked by extreme paranoia. They represent, more than anything, the possibility of radical new ways of seeing the world via media and news outlets. That could have been a deep dive all on its own, when they were going into the ways that news, media, and the distribution of information radically changed every single time there was a Saturn-Neptune conjunction. Was sobering, child. It was sobering is what it was. You feel me? The other thing that it is marked, that this particular type of conjunction is marked by, is the rise of religious zealotry. The rise of religious zealotry, also partnering with the rise of religious zealotry, extreme divisions, extreme, very polarizing divisions between the religious, quote, and the irreligious. The religious and the irreligious. Okay. I thought that was fascinating, because they talked about this representing like widening chasms between these, quote, opposing ideas, religiosity, and those that are, disinterested in religion, but there was never a discussion again about taking advantage of these things that we've come to recognize as possibilities, to say, what does it mean to coast in the in-between? What does it mean to create within the in-between of what we know are the extreme opposing possibilities, such as the religious versus the irreligious, right? The rise of religious zealotry, right? And then the natural kind of buck against that. So one of the things that they talked about within the terms of the rise of religious zealotry was what we called the Satanic panic that was peaking in 1989. We were seeing it everywhere. It was always on the news. It was every freaking way. The church was winning so much membership during the peak of the, quote, Satanic panic, child, and the evidence of the devil was everywhere. Remember them 3 boys that were sent to prison because it was said that they killed this little child and sacrificed him to the devil. And so they became the focus in this small town because nobody dressed like them, nobody behaved like them, so on and so forth. And so these kids were railroaded into prison. Now there's a huge campaign right now. This was in the late 80s. There's a huge campaign right now to get these young men out of prison. They've been in prison since 1989 because they were literally convicted and sent to prison without any evidence whatsoever. Literally just the fear of the community was what railroaded these boys to prison. The Satanic panic caused the wrongful incarceration of over 1,000 people. Right? So the Satanic panic peaked during the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction in 1989. This is but let me tell you what else they said in conjunction with like the extreme rise and religious zealotry, because I've been talking to y'all about this for several years. I told y'all many women have left my channel because they're like, you're promoting fear. It's too fear mongering and shit. When I'm talking about being able to recognize in real time what weapons are being used to prime the general public to accept the increase of violence against women. You understand? I've been saying this shit for 3 years. That all the movies that you are watching, even quote witchy movies, even all these witchy movies that we love because we love to see magic on TV and all that shit. I said they're good for what they are, but unless you are watching between the lines, even these movies that we think are so revolutionary, witchy movies, the underlying language is the same. It is to prepare, justify, and normalize the increase of violence against those that can be labeled, quote, witches or devil worshippers or anything else that's outside the norm of Judeo-Christian, Islamic language and tradition. And they talked about here that while the Satanic Panic peaked in 1989 and the ricochet effect that it had on so many innocent people in this country, because all of those people that have been convicted have since been exonerated and freed from prison. I watched a whole other documentary on the Satanic Panic, the impact that it had on these people's life, how many people committed suicide because false accusations, because this shit was everywhere. Sally, Jesse, Raphael, every freaking talk show person was talking about it. And if you see these signs, you might be. And how many people committed suicide? How many people lost their entire livelihoods? How many people went to prison? Because the entire society was wrapped up in seeing the devil everywhere. You understand? And so he talked about the Satanic Panic and the real world impact that it had on so many people's lives. He said, but isn't it interesting that another Saturn-Neptune conjunction that happened in 1486 began the same way as the Satanic Panic? Yes, it did. The Satanic Panic, by the way, began when this woman was seeing this psychologist who had started using hypnosis on her and starts to chronicle the stuff that she had said in their sessions. And then they end up writing a book together where she was telling this elaborate story about how she was the victim of a satanic cult and was having to do all this terrible and crazy stuff. And she had suppressed it in her subconscious. They wrote a book. The woman and her psychiatrist wrote a book together that became the shot heard around the world for how to identify one who might be the victim of or participating in a satanic cult. This woman and her psychiatrist ended up getting married, making millions and millions of dollars, going to speak as professionals on understanding Satanism in America. And then it was revealed almost 15 years later that a lot of the shit was made up. You understand? So he says in 1486, because the department with Office of the Inquisition already existed, but it was mostly to try people for like heresy, speaking out against the nobility or speaking out against the church. It was heresy. You feel me? That was the primary purpose for the Office of the Inquisition. It was not until a disgruntled ass man who had been a monk in the German Catholic Church was had brought up charges, false charges against this woman in this town of witchcraft, and she was proven innocent. And he was the embarrassment was so huge that he was excommunicated and had to leave the town with his tail tucked in between his legs, humiliated because it was found out that he tried this woman to try to because whenever a woman was found, a person was found guilty of witchcraft, their property, everything they owned became property of the church. It became the property of the church, right? And so this dude, disgruntled, took a couple of years off from his humiliation and his embarrassment with this vendetta now against women and wrote a book. He wrote a book. This book became the lightning strike that shifted the focus of the Inquisition from people who were, quote, being identified as heretics, right, for just like weird beliefs or anything that was opposing the church or the nobility. That was the moment, the publishing of this book by this dude with a vendetta against women. Sound familiar? He got an attitude towards women. Sound familiar? You understand? He's goes on the low key, writes this book. This book becomes the official manual for how to identify women, not anybody else, women who may be in service of the devil. It was called the Malleus Maleficarum. Y'all have heard me talk about it a lot on this channel because it was also it was a Saturn Neptune conjunction that was also happening during a Pluto in Aquarius movement, the Malleus Maleficarum, that kicked off almost 900 years of the massacring of men, women, and children in Europe. Because if you have a weird mole on your body, it's a nipple for the devil demons to suck off of. You know what I'm saying? If you got a cat of any kind, this is your familiar. If you keep frogs, how to identify, torture, and kill witches. This is the Malleus Maleficarum that kicked off a 900-year reign of terror, initially against white people in, quote, goddess-worshiping societies in Europe. People who were still tied to the land, people who were still convicted by, the traditions and the rituals of their origin, goddess worshiping societies. Then, within the context of the Inquisition, what we call the colonial period, just the age of colonial exploration, was not that alone. The other thing that was happening was the ideas, was the philosophy of the Inquisition spilled out on the non-white world. It wasn't just people who, this was not just a political campaign. What we call the colonial period, the age of exploration. It was also the ideologies that had massacred all these people in Europe for all these years, now spilling out onto the colored world. They say that the last place the, quote, office of the Inquisition existed, representing the official end of the Inquisition, was in South America in 1889. That's the official end of the Inquisition. It was in South America in 1889. So not being able to see political history and its relationship to spiritual history and religious history always keeps us at a deficit on how we come to the conclusion that we're going to change our circumstances. You understand what I'm saying? This was deep. This was deep. Also, the world, did y'all know this? 1989, y'all. The World Wide Web was created. But did you know who the World Wide Web was created by? I didn't. Never even thought to ask. The World Wide Web was created by an engineer or some shit. His name was Tim Berners-Lee. But he was working for CERN. The World Wide Web was released by CERN in Switzerland in 1989. By CERN, y'all. That blew my whole mind. That sent me on a whole nother wormhole. CERN is like it's an abbreviation, CERN. It's located in Switzerland, right? And remember me talking to you guys last year when I was getting ready to go to Arkansas to dig them crystals up on the eclipse on April 8th? Remember that? And I was talking about how the eclipse was so significant because all of these other organizations was pulling jack moves. CERN was one of them. CERN, under the guise of wanting to understand the impact of eclipses, launched a campaign called APEP. Y'all remember me talking about that? And like APEP was a Nagas deity from ancient Kemet that was the goddess of destruction. Remember that? Like an apocalyptic goddess, right? Like global destruction. They named the program APEP. And the program, they were going to fire rockets at the moon at the height of the eclipse. Y'all don't remember me telling y'all that? CERN, so most people attribute their speciality, and this is a horrible oversimplification, but one of the things they're most well known for is like their work in like, what do they call it? Particle, I forget. particle something with like extra scientific, like physics, deep shit. But one of the things that they're also known for is weather manipulation and also like what is it? We have one here. It's called it's called HARP. Our version, the particle acceleration. Thank you so much, Basti. My live is about to end. My live feed is about to end on IG. So just relog back on, because after it shuts down, I'll reinitiate another live, or you can join me on my YouTube channel, which is @DaughterOfTheFates. Okay. Thank you for that. It's they work with particle acceleration, right? They have a particle accelerator there. Anyway, let me stop. Okay, so CERN, and so our version of CERN is HARP. So one of the other things that they're supposedly known for is like what do you call it? Like sonic wave manipulation. So there are these conspiracy theories. I'm not saying either way what my position is, but there are these theories that they use sonic waves, directed sonic waves, to stimulate dormant fault lines to activate earthquakes in areas where there have. So one of the things, I think it was Chavez that was saying, after that big earthquake that happened in Haiti that devastated Haiti, I think it was 2008, maybe something like that, that Chavez made a public declaration that he was convinced that it was HARP that had used the same technology, sonic wave technology, to activate or stimulate this dormant fault line in Haiti to gain control over Haiti. That's what he said. There were some people that were saying the same thing about the tsunami that happened in Indonesia a few years before that, that the earthquake under the ocean that created that tsunami, they say that was a deliberate campaign by HARP, by the United States, by HARP, to activate that fault line for geopolitical strategic advantage, right? I'm not saying either way. I'm just saying to give you an idea, because somebody asked what CERN is. And so how did I get on that? Because CERN, who knew? I had no idea, because they deal with like, physics type shit, like particle acceleration and shit like that. You feel me? CERN was the organization that created the World Wide Web. Isn't that something in 1989? You feel me? That's deep. 1989, because of everything that was happening in the world, news went from being, and I didn't remember it until they said it. You remember that you only had 2 news times a day. You had the 6 o'clock news and the 11 o'clock news, right? That because there was so much significant stuff happening, particularly this change in the news began or was triggered by the fall of the Berlin Wall. Once the Berlin Wall fell and the impact that it had around the globe, this is when news radically changed, literally overnight. It stopped being, you could get the news twice a day, 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. That year, in response to the fall of the Berlin Wall, that was the year that news started to be 24 hours a day. 24-hour news. 24-hour news. The first Iraqi war happened within the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. The Exxon Valdez spill happened during the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction. Remember the peak of the anti-drug campaign as launched by Nancy Reagan? Just say no. And the founding of DARE, even though DARE was founded years before, it was a local organization here in California. It went national, and its popularity peaked during the same Saturn-Neptune conjunction in 1989. You feel me? The peak of the AIDS, at least the propagation of, at least the worldwide ongoing coverage of the AIDS epidemic peaked in 1989. Yep. 1989, Nelson Mandela was released from prison, marking the beginning of the end of apartheid. The first Intifada in Palestine happened in 1989. This was interesting, and why I was like, we need to be taking a more holistic approach to this kind of information. They specifically drew out the fact that this year, and they also talked about the fact that it's so interesting that Trump is making all of these declarations, right? Attacking all of these places around the world that have a direct connection of significance to the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction. So this next one, because what was one of the first public declarations that Trump made when he was inaugurated the same week was that we're going to take back the Panama Canal. That's what he said. You know why? Because the last time there was a Saturn-Neptune conjunction in 1989, the United States invaded Panama. Invaded Panama in 1989. You understand? But the thing that was interesting that he drew out about, and to me, it should have clued him in to the significance of these events and the impact that it has on culture. But it didn't. He just drew it out as like a funny, weird incident in conjunction with the invasion of the Panama Canal. That when the United States invaded Panama, and they imprisoned Manuel Noriega in his palace, right? So when they were holding him hostage in his palace as a type, this is what they said, as a type of torture. This is what they said. I didn't say this. As a type of torture, isn't it funny that the United States decided to play this song over and over and over again, loud in his palace to torture him? The song was called Panama by Van Halen, and they played it for weeks as loud as they could as a form of torture of Manuel Noriega. I see, God damn. As a form of torture, they played the song Panama by Van Halen 24 hours a day to torment him while they had him imprisoned in his castle. By the way, for those of you who are too young to remember, Manuel Noriega was installed as the president of Panama by the CIA, by the United States government. He had been an ally to the U.S. Man, there's a documentary that y'all need to see. It's not for the faint of heart, but it is really revealing. It's really revealing, especially again now that that Trump has made this public declaration that he has set his sights on, quote, regaining control of the Panama Canal. There is a documentary called The Panama Deception about the conflict of the U.S. and the U.S. invasion of Panama. It's sobering. I saw it 20 years ago, maybe. And so now, remembering the details of that documentary as these things are unfolding in real time, I'm like, oh my God, they're literally reproducing the energy and the inciting events that gave the United States the what's the word I'm looking for? That gave the United States the excuse they needed, at least on the public global scale, that justified the invasion of Panama. When I tell you they don't even rewrite the scripts. They know you don't remember the scripts. They're really doing this in real time. Watch the Panama Deception. Your mind will be blown. And then think about what I've been telling you about the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. Factor in the astrological significance that I'm telling you about now, and revisiting these old events to recognize what the potentials and the possibilities are while you're watching that politically significant documentary called The Panama Deception. This shit is so radical. It's so radical. You understand? So radical. So anyway, those were just, when I tell you, a minuscule. Let me tell you one more thing, okay? Because I've been talking to you guys for 4 years about the whole rise in witchcraft popularity and modern film and da-da-da-da-da. But even in these films that we love, right? These films that we love about witches and magic and, and all of this stuff, and how we get all warm and fuzzy inside, but they bank on us not watching the subtext, not seeing the true message. And what did I tell you? The message in every single movie ever produced. Every single movie ever produced, the state always wins. No matter how revolutionary it may seem on the surface, the state always wins. Name a movie, and I can guarantee you, I can help you identify how the state wins. Why else would Hollywood be the, quote, nonviolent ideological apparatus of the state if there was movies being produced where the state don't win? You understand? And so all of these witchy movies that I love them all. I probably didn't see them all. Harry Potter is my jam. You feel me? Baby. So there's all this witchy stuff because, again, these periods are, again, representing the extreme contests between obviously opposing ideas, whether those are geopolitical ideas, whether they're spiritual ideas, religious ideas, man versus woman ideas, patriarchy versus man, doesn't matter. This period represents an intensification and a widening of the chasm of these two potential extremes, right? Baby, let me tell you what had happened. In 1989, they literally point out two births that they thought was, these births that they thought were a significant what's the word I want to say? Representation of how these ideas bourgeon. Do you understand? How they bourgeon, how they come into being, right? The only two significant births that they raise as representative of this idea is Daniel Radcliffe, born in 1989, and Melissa, what's her name? I wrote that so bad. Melissa Wilson, I think. Melissa Wilson, born in 1989. Why are these two births so significant? Because Daniel Radcliffe plays Harry Potter, a significant wizard in the culture of the entire 2000s. The whole of the 2000s were defined by us watching this bourgeoning wizard, this bourgeoning great wizard. You understand? This bourgeoning great wizard come of age in real time before our eyes. We grew up with Harry Potter. Yes, we did. Not only did we grow up with Harry Potter, the first Harry Potter movie released, there was such an enormous backlash from the Christian community that they were burning DVDs of Harry Potter. They were saying that Harry Potter's popularity was indicative of the fact that the United States was going to hell in a handbasket. There were radical nationwide campaigns against Harry Potter. Again, the representation of the chasm and sharpening of these oppositions. Harry Potter, the wizard child, you understand? And its opposition in the extreme evangelical Christian right. Here it is. What's her name? Melissa Wilson, born 1989, becomes who we know and love as the Scarlet Witch in the Marvel movies. So you have Harry Potter, the young male wizard, You understand? And I did a whole live with y'all about the significance that is coming up and showing up over and over and over again in all these movies. And we be missing the technique about the red witch and how the most evil witch is the red witch. How the most evil of all witches is the blood witch. She who wears red. Does anybody remember what the origin of the significance is that I keep drawing out about the red witch, the red witch, the red witch, and why she the diabolical bad guy, the most evil of all bad guys in every single movie she show up in? Remember I was telling y'all about Hellboy and the blood witch? Mm-hmm. Remember thank you, Java Watson, the Aj, the red witch, the white witch, and the black witch. And the most deadly and the most dangerous of them all is the red witch. Here, Melissa Wilson, I think, born 1989, as the example, the primary example, right, of what we're talking about. This quote, rise in religious zealotry and its direct opposing response. I ain't gonna get that deep on y'all, but yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 And that's just 1 year. That's just 1 year. I told y'all these dudes broke down every Saturn-Neptune conjunction since 1773. It's deep. It was wonderfully executed. Now, what I would like is to get the 140-page PDF document that they developed from this research, and then take it and treat it like a stone, right? Like a stone. And then the water and the water and the waves that the stone produces becomes our research. In response to the 1989 Saturn-Neptune conjunction and a representation of all of its cultural possibilities, these are the events that happen. That's ripple number one. You feel me? And then ripple number two becomes, the culturally significant events of the next Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which was 1952. You feel me? And that represents another ripple. And the ripples can be, like what was happening culturally. And I'm talking about culturally, I mean the arts. I'm talking about like spirituality. I'm talking about movements, right? What was happening in Asia? What was happening in Africa? What was happening in so-called Latin America and the Western Hemisphere? What was happening in Europe? What was happening in the islands all over the place? What was happening culturally during these events? And then on and on and on and on, all the way back to 1773. That would be radical shit. You understand? Anyway, I digress. So now that I have spent an unintended hour and 17 minutes basically just explaining to you why y'all haven't seen my ass in a week, but it was necessary because I'm telling you, this year we in the race, child. The galactic shot her around the world. The galactic quote firing to start the race. That was on November 19th of 2024. That was that ritual that we did on the top of the mountain on November 19th of 2024, when Oya, once and for all, finally claimed her throne. You understand? In this contest that she is waging in partnership with her husband, aka Aquarius, aka Shanghai. That was the that was the shot. In every single astrological event, and there are many. The other thing that I told y'all last week was the thing that all of these astrologers around the world are talking about, is that this is the first time in like 2,000 years that all in 1 year, all of the outer planets are changing houses. All of the outer planets are changing houses in the same year. They're like, this shit don't happen. It's been like 2,500 years since the last time this happened. So all of these significantly once in a lifetime events, astrological events happening within the context of a Pluto in Aquarius, a Pluto in Aquarius movement, if you will, right? Event, if you will, because this event is going to be longstanding until 2044, right? Every last one of these, quote, once in a millennia events are all happening within the context of, quote, our official entry into the Aquarian age, quote, our official entry after 2 years of Pluto's, America's first Pluto returns, because this event only happens once every 246 years, is magnified times a million. So we need to change our language so that what is in our head is not attracting that which we do not want. We need to be changing our language so that even as we wake up in the morning, our language default is automatically, it already exists. What I see in my mind's eye already exists. It already exists. We're just waiting to meet it. We're just preparing to meet it. What it is that we want already exists. We're just preparing to meet it in the quickest, most direct fashion. The path of least resistance. That's what we want. We don't want the hard, laborious. We don't want the off the beaten path. We don't want the off the beaten path method of meeting what is inevitable, which is what? A truly, genuinely sovereign globe, a world made well, a whole made well. We want the easiest, most relaxed, most ecstatic, most sexy, most fun, most playful, most loving, most exciting, We want that. We want the quickest, sexiest, most ecstatic, mystical, awesome, fun, like a 2-year-old playing in the mud. We want it to come like that. We want it to come like that. It is coming like that. It's coming like that. And those that get in the way of its arrival in just that fashion will fall off as they need. However that happens has nothing to do with us. We say, Mother, whatever your will is, may it be done and done swiftly. Whoever is preventing the what did Barbara Moore say in The Great Cosmic Mother? What did she say? She said, I do not want to misquote her, but it's gangster. What'd she say? She said, evil. She said, evil is anything that prevents the unfolding of the one. That's what she said. Evil is anything that prevents the unfolding of the one. And if we say that in all things and in every space, everywhere in the universe, not just on our earth, in the universe, that may her will be done. And that our role is to be the executioners of her fucking will, baby, everywhere in the universe. That's our job, is to be the ecstatic, enthusiastic, willful, compliant executioners of our mother's will in real time. That's what we're here to do, is to be the best and most exciting and awesome avatars of our mother's will as a living organism on earth. Her will made real. Her will made flesh. Her will made a material force, a fucking phenomenon that has the ability to change everything that it comes into contact with in real time. That's our job. And the labor is a glorious one. That's why we cannot be out here talking about how exhausted we are. That's why we can't be out here letting those kind of words loose from our tongue. Like, bitch, I'm sexy while I'm sexy while I'm executing my mother's will. God damn it. Damn, I look good as I am executing my mother's will. Thank you so much, Mother, for allowing me to have this orgasm. And every orgasm that I have is my real-time execution of your will made real. Isn't that something? How that work? Isn't that something? How that work? That she is so excited every time one of her daughters, every time one of her sons, every time one of her children is the outward, out loud, body fluid leaking expression of her ecstatic will made real. Ain't that something? How she loved that for us? She loves that for us. Yeah, she loves that for us. You understand? So, yes, she loves that for us. 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 Okay. Yo. So while we listen, listen, she wants that for us. The last 2 weeks have been great. Have been great. Have been great. As a matter of fact, I told y'all last week, my little chunky money that came on the blood moon, I got a little check in the mail that I wasn't expecting. You feel me? Got a little check in the mail. And it was so, and I'm gonna share this with y'all. I was telling somebody that I read, but I'm gonna share it with y'all. I meant to say that. So what you need to do, you feel me, is Google class action lawsuits that I can apply for. Do that. Do it within the next 24 hours because the eclipse is coming up. So you want the sun on that. You feel me? You want the moon on that. You feel me? Within the next 24 hours, just Google class action lawsuits I can apply for. Just do that. I do that. You feel me? And I apply for them all. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. You feel me? So I'm always applying for these little lawsuits and this and this and this and this. You feel me? And I've won 4. I've gotten, little checks, but they checks. That's free money. You feel me? So on the morning of the blood moon, I get my little chunky money. I get a little, envelope, and I don't recognize it ain't a bill. You feel me? And it says $114 for a lawsuit. I said, thank you. More and bigger, please. Thank you. More and bigger. Thank you. Appreciate that. Love that $114 for me. Right? 24 hours later, that was as soon as I opened the envelope and saw what I was like, thank you. Yes. More and bigger, more and bigger, more this and bigger. Appreciate you. 24 hours later, I read for someone. I did a reading for someone. So they paid me what I asked for the reading. After the reading, they were like, thank you so much. This was so helpful. Oh my gosh, I want to give you another donation. I was like, I will accept that. They was like, how much you want? And I was uncomfortable asking. Isn't that something? I was like, I don't know how to answer that. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? He was, and he was like, I ain't rich. I ain't balling out of control, but I want to contribute to what it is you're doing. So tell me an amount. I said, I can't do that. I said, but what I can do is tell you that whatever you want to donate, give it to me in multiples of 9. Make it so that it breaks down, it condenses to the number 9. He was like, all right, that's all right. I like that. And sent me right away, 24 hours after I got my little chunky money in the mail, he donated $999 to me. Yes, you are right, Java Watson. I do deserve it. Thank you so much for that confirmation. Yes, I do. Do you understand? 2 days after that, a homegirl of mine who I love so much was like, boo, let's go to dinner. I was like, okay. And then when we get ready to pay, she was like, no, I got you. I said, word? She said, yeah, girl. I was like, all right, that's nice. I like that. You feel me? She said, let me walk you to your car. This is 2 days later, baby. This is all in the same week. She said, let me walk you to your car. She said, you know what? I got something for you. Pulls an envelope out of her purse and hands me $1,500. My rent is almost caught up. I'm not just talking about my past rent. I'm talking about my rent coming up. My rent is almost paid. It's been so long since I've been on the front end of my rent. You understand what I'm saying? She gave me $1,500 right there in that parking lot. I said, thank you so much, goddess. More and bigger, more and bigger. Your imagination is more radical than mine. However you see fit, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. More and better. All within a week. Power the fuck up, y'all. Stop playing games with our future. You need to be fully supported as you execute the mother's will. You need to be fully supported. I'm talking about y'all. I'm talking about y'all. I'm talking about every single one of you watching right now, all your people in them, all those friends and family you got. We all need to be fully supported as we become the living personification of our ecstatic mother's will, becoming a fucking force to be reckoned with on this planet. Do you understand? The only way that we can be fully in our bodies as an ecstatic representation of her will made real is to not be exhausted. 1, is to not be stressed. 2, is to not be fearful. 3, is to not be worried. 4, is to not be anxious. 5, is to not be grief-stricken, heartbroken, terrified. This is the only way. We have to be fully supported. We have to be fully supported. Economically, politically, emotionally, sexually. We need to be fully supported. Remember what our deck says? Our deck says, dear, you are me. And it is only through you that I do my best work. And I can only do my best work, my greatest work, my most fantastic work through a well-rested you. Through a well-rested you. You understand? Through an ecstatic you. Through an excited you. Through a completely confident you. Certain you. You are certain in your role in the grand tapestry that is this universe. You are a necessary strand in this grand, glorious tapestry woven by our mother. That without you in the tapestry, the whole universe would cease to be what it is. It would be something totally different. That's deep shit, bud. That's deep shit. That's deep shit. So, I'm done preaching because I didn't intend for this to be a temple service. But yeah, y'all can see why I have been on one for the last week, and y'all have not seen my ass since that ceremony last week. So I'm still going to do what I intended to do, because every single solitary day I have been, I don't want to use the word harassed, but I'm going to. Every single solitary day since we did that equinox ceremony up on Mount Washington, since we did the Kali Puja on the equinox at 2:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time last week, when I tell you that our mother Kali has been harassing the fuck out of me, and I'm here for it. I'm here for her harassment. I'm here for it. I welcome it. But I'm just telling you, today, after I got out of my sitar class, she was like, don't you do a motherfucking thing, bitch. Don't even eat until you do this live and tell these people what I have been telling you to tell these people for the last week. That's what she said. And when I tell you I'm hungry as a hostage, I'm hungry as a hostage. But I was like, you know what? Let me go on ahead, take my ass to the house, do this live, try to be disciplined enough to make it not take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, you feel me? So that I can do what my mother has been harassing the fuck out of me to do for a week. For a week. So here we go. Remember the homework assignment that I gave you guys before leaving the Kali Puja last week? Does anybody? I know. CLW. That's why I'm up the fuck on here, because I told y'all, I promised y'all I was gonna do it, and I hadn't did it. See, LW was like, laugh out loud. I was looking for it when you scheduled it last week, and it's been sitting right there in the scheduling box ever since last week. You feel me? And so here I am. Yes, here I am. Somebody said, thank you for gracias, dear, for fasting for this message. I'm hungry as a hostage, but wine is going to have to do for right now. You feel me? Okay, so the homework assignment that I gave you was kind of extensive. I'm only going to do a portion of it, and then I'll keep doing it because there's a lot up in here that I want to share with y'all. But I said start on page 486 and read through, what did I tell y'all? Start on page 486 and read all the way through. What did I say? I said all the way through, all the way through the very top of 498. That's what I said, right? Okay. I am not going to read all of that. I'll probably read half of it because the section on Kali, so it starts with Ka, the word Ka. We're reading from, for those of you who do not know or did not read the description, we are reading this evening from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets by Barbara Walker, starting purposefully with the word Ka, Ka, right? Leading up to the crescendo, which is reading the section on Kali Ma, okay? Now I'm going to go through quickly. I'm not going, let me not even say that because I might be lying. You feel me? We're going to read through as succinctly as I am able to do. You feel me? You might not be wrong, Planet Terra, because I also told you to read the section on the clitoris. But that was an aside because we were at the Kali Puja. I was like, I want y'all to read about Kali, but there were some words leading up to Kali that were significant. That's what I said. Okay. So Ka, we're gonna get going. One of an Egyptian's 7 souls. One of the Egyptians' 7 souls, often believed to be a spirit twin resident in the afterbirth. The Shillaks of the Upper Nile, who in the present century still worshipped the cow mother Hathor as bestower of souls, buried afterbirths of their sacred kings in the same tomb where the kings themselves would be laid, on the theory that a man needed his Ka in order to become a god after death. In ancient Egypt, prayers were addressed to the Ka of Osiris and other gods. India knew the same concept, even the same word. Brahma had a soul twin named Ka, which was translated to who, the word who. It's page 486. Page 486, starting at the Ka. Okay? The hieroglyphic sign of the Ka was a pair of upraised arms with bent elbows. This arm position evidently invoked the goddess and was connected with the idea of the Ka as a mother-given entity, each baby's unformed twin made of blood. A Paleolithic painting from Algeria shows a hunter stalking an ostrich while a full-hipped female figure, larger than he, raises her arms up in the position of the Ka. The female figure was either a mother or a sexual partner, as shown by a serpentine connective line running from the hunter's crotch to hers. Evidently, she made magic to help the hunter in his efforts, even though she may have been far away. Okay? Okay. A vase figure from Amratian times showed a similar Ka invocation performed by a priestess, assisted by two men who helped her hold her arms aloft when she became tired. God damn. When she became tired. The same magical Ka invocation was performed by Moses at the battle between Israelites and the Amalekites. The Israelites won because Moses, with the help of Aaron and Hur, held up his arms in the Ka position all day until the battle ended at sunset. Oh, shit. Oh. Egyptians thought the Ka soul was immortal and dwelt in or near the tomb where the body rested. The same notion was common among Christians who said a ghost lived in or near the grave. There is in existence a letter written by an ancient Egyptian to his deceased wife 3 years after her death. He attached the letter to the portrait statue in her tomb, confident that her Ka would read the letter. Among Northern Aryans, the idea of the Ka was transposed into the doppelganger or the double goer, a hidden twin soul thought to reside in the placenta or the umbilical cord, though sometimes it could develop into a full-grown twin. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy shit. Germanic folklore has many examples of the soul preserved in a safer location than the body, e.g., the giant who kept his soul in an egg, and so on. German and French peasants used to treat an umbilical cord at or afterbirth with great, God damn it. Listen, y'all. Listen. The German and French peasants used to treat an umbilical cord or afterbirth with great care to give magical assistance to the child's future healing or longevity. Oh, whoa. Y'all remember last week when we was talking about, I ain't gonna digress too much, y'all, but y'all remember last week when we was talking about having a sneaking suspicion that the reason that if you have your baby in a hospital, they refuse to allow you to take your afterbirth, your placenta home. Remember that? You remember me saying I have a sneaking suspicion that the main reason that Black women are 10 times more likely than any other group of women to be told that they have to have complete hysterectomies for non-cancerous conditions is that they are using this as the guise to harvest our uteruses and other areas of our reproductive organs is because of their healing potential. Remember the scrapings from the cervix of Henrietta Lacks that had the healing powers that was the progenitor for all this research and all these medicines for the next 70 years? I was like, to me, this is the justification that they have used. You understand? Because it used to be, what was the justification up until the 1970s? It was just forced sterilization programs. That's what it was. You ain't have no choice. If you were considered ignorant, if you were considered, what did they call it? It was a word, right? That they used to say that you were not mentally capable of reproducing children. So this could be used in court to justify forced sterilization. It used to be just forced sterilization that they used to harvest our goddamn uteruses and ovaries and shit. You feel me? Now, because it's not politically, socially acceptable to do this shit to Black women and brown women and Native women, they say, ooh, Black women are 10 times more likely to have reproductive issues. Therefore, we need to prevent the potential for these issues by giving you complete hysterectomies for conditions that are not cancerous. I have met women, the youngest young woman I ever met since I've been a healer, to tell me that she was given a complete hysterectomy because she had a history of reoccurring fibroids and cysts, was 22 years old in Florida. Yes. Yep. You understand? You understand? Here they saying right here. And I told you. We just said that last week, right? Here they say right here. Even the French and German peasants of the old days, because of their relationship to the goddess. Do you understand? They say they used to treat the umbilical cord in afterbirth with great care to give magical assistance to the child's future health and longevity. What did we say was significant about the afterbirth? What did we say was significant about the umbilical cord in particular? What did we say was significant about menstrual blood? Was the presence of radically life-changing, life-saving stem cells, undifferentiated cells that could heal any area of the body. Yep. Didn't we say that? Here, they say that same thing about the Germans and the French, the peasants who knew. So were they not scientists? I'm just saying. Anyway, sometimes, as in Greek myth, mothers preserved their children's umbilical cords in a secret place, thinking no harm could come to the child as long as the cord was intact. That's the ka and the significance of the ka. The next word, Kaaba. Kaaba. The shrine of the sacred stone in Mecca, formally dedicated to the pre-Islamic triple goddess Manat, aka Alat, now known as Allah, Alat, and the triple goddess. These were the different faces. So Manat, Alat, and Al-Uzza, the old woman worshipped by Muhammad's tribesmen, the Qurayshites. The stone was also called Kubaba or Kuba or Kub, okay? And has been linked with the name of Sybil, the goddess Sybil. Remember, I talked to y'all about Sybil last week in preparation for the equinox. Remember? Because what was I talking about? The Ides of March. As a matter of fact, it was on the 15th, March 15th. I talked to you extensively about Sybil, Cybele, as the pre-Roman imperial basis for the Ides of March. We only ever heard about the Ides of March in terms of that supposedly being the day that Julius Caesar was killed by his constituents, but that there was actually a very, very long history of the celebration of the Ides of March all the way up until tomorrow, from the 15th to the 28th, March 15th to the 28th, a more than a week-long ceremony called the Ides of March that was in celebration of the goddess Sybil. Here she is again, the great mother of the gods, Sybil. The stone, this is about the Kaaba in Mecca right now, right? The stone bore the emblem of the yoni, like the black stone by votaries of Artemis. Now it is regarded as a holy center of patriarchal Islam, and its feminine symbolism has been lost, though known as the sons of the old woman. My IG froze again. It doesn't look like my IG is going to resolve. We have to stop it and start it over again. All right, now that's whack. Watch it say, oh. Well, there we go. All right.
We're going to have tremendous.
Okay. So it says that even though the feminine symbolism of the Kaaba in Mecca right now has been lost to patriarchal Islam, the priests of the Kaaba to this day are still known as the sons of the old woman. The sons of the old woman. The next word, Kadi, Babylonian goddess of Dur, a serpent with a woman's head and breasts. Her name was the root of Kadishtu, Hebrew Kadisha, a temple harlot known as a holy one or virgin bride of God. She may have descended from the Vedic goddess Kadru, mother of all Nagas, or sacred serpents, who attained immortality through the magic blood she gave them to drink. Okay. Kalanath. Kalanath is the next word. Title of the goddess Kali as the primordial abyss or womb of creation. Possible origin of the Middle Eastern goddess Anath, worshipped in Libya as Neith, in Canaan as Anat, who was once the spouse of Jehovah. The next word is Kalanimi. So this is on the top of page 488. For those of you who are just joining, we are reading from the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets by Barbara G. Walker. We are at the top of page 488. Kalanimi. There's something else I want to say to y'all, but I'll say it later. Hold on. I'll say it now. There's a reason it just reminded me of it. So we're going to read this Kalanimi. But I know I'm not the only one. For those of you who in the know, y'all know, because we all caught the fuck up on the 3rd season of the show, The Wheel of Time, which has me all manner of in my feelings. All manner. It has me in all manners of in my feelings. This 3rd season of The Wheel of Time. It has me in my feelings in good ways. And it has me in my feelings in really, really terrible ways. I really want to do a deep dive on the Wheel of Time because the symbolism is so extraordinarily over the top. It's like being hidden in plain sight. The very first scene of the very first episode is Leandrin's attempt to overthrow the White Tower, right? Is to overthrow the Emerald seat. She and her allegiance to the Black Aja. Now, Leandrin is the Red Aja. She is the leader of the Red Aja. What did we just talk about? The Red Witch, the Scarlet Witch, their symbolism in all of these movies. Leandrin is the face of the Red Aja. The Red Aja, the only of all the Aja in the White Tower who have, quote, male assistants known as their it's not bards, they're what are their assistants' names, you guys? I can't even. They're warders. The Red Aja are the only, and there's 7 colors. There's 7 different types of Ajas in the White Tower. And the Red Aja are the only Aja who do not have warders. They're male protectors when they go out into the world to do their thing on behalf of the one power, the Red Aja, right? And Leandrin, because she has pledged an allegiance to I guess they call him the Dark One or something like that. So not only is she, quote, Red Aja, she at the same time has been actively recruiting other Aja to pledge allegiance to become Black Aja. Black Aja and Red Aja. Isn't that interesting? Black Aja and Red Aja. What does Aja sound like? What does Aja sound like? Anybody? It's not a trick question. It's right. It's literal. When I say this shit is so enormous and hidden in plain sight in this whole show that I'm in my feelings all the time. Yes, Claudia Ankara. Yes, Java Watson. Aja. What do we talk about? The EvoEmeTemp Aja. Because who are the EvoEmeTemp? The EvoEmeTemp is the mothers. My mother. That's what it means. My mother, the EvoEmeTemp. This is the loving, warming, nurturing, birthing personification of our collective mothers. The EvoEmeTemp is like the Durga in Hindu tradition. The loving, right? The loving. This your mama. You feel? This is all the sacrifices that she made, all the things, all the ways that she displays how much she loves her babies. You feel me? When the Iami becomes Iami Ajay, Iami Ajay, this is when your mama, who still loves you, but now she got to switch because now she has to become the disciplinarian. Now she has to become the punisher because you've been fucking with her emotions. You ain't been listening because you hard-headed. You feel me? And so after telling you and telling you and telling you, now she got to give you the look. You feel me? Now she's got to become mean. You feel me? This is the Ajay. And so isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting that we are watching the Wheel of Time? There's so much, when I tell you there's so much symbolism in there that we miss. You understand? But the very first episode of the third season is the red and black Aja, right? Attempting to overthrow the Amelin seat represented by a black woman who is the figurehead of the Tower of the White Tower. Yep. Mm-hmm. And so when we watch the shit, of course we're rooting for the Amelin seat. Of course we're rooting for all the other sisters at the White Tower. You feel me? Of course we are. Because that's just like, that makes sense. You feel me? Like, damn, Leandra, like, why you gonna do that? And then even me, I had to pull myself back. I said, damn, is this a sleight of hands type shit? That who we should be rooting for? That want to change everything? Right? Who want to cage the potential power of the dragon reborn? There's a lot, y'all. There's a lot. 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 But that was the first thing. Was here. They don't even subtly hide the name. They just change the letters. Ajay to Aja. Isn't that something? Anyway, the reason I mentioned that is because of this next thing. The Kalanini. I mentioned it because of the Wheel of Time. The Wheel of Time, right, is the name of the show. Listen to this. The rim of the Wheel of Time. That is what is Kalanini. The rim of the Wheel of Time. A pre-Vedic spirit of the zodiac or Milky Way, viewed as the great star wheel at the rim of the universe, also sometimes envisioned as the world serpent encircling the earth with its tail in its mouth, like our little beautiful logo right here on the back wall, right? For those of you on IG, and then for those of you, right, looking via YouTube. Okay. Men had to study Kalanini in order to learn Kalends, the proper order of seasons, sabbats, and festivals. Kalanini was probably an aspect of Kalima as the crone of time. It is interesting that the second part of the name, Nemi, meant the moon grove in Greco-Roman culture, and according to ancient astrologers, the zodiac was the moon's grove which she passed in the night. Later Vedic priests diabolized Kalanini as a, quote, demon who begot Balarama and Krishna in the underworld before the beginning of time. Okay. The next word, Kalanderis. Wandering dervishes from the medieval Hindustan who taught tantric doctrines in Persia and Arabia. Their cult of the goddess Kali may have been the origin of the female-centered Sufi sect, which revered the same feminine word of creation, the matrix or mother belly, and believed that religious fulfillment for men or women could only be found in sexual love. I have something else to tell you, child. I have something else to tell you. That happened just this week. I'm telling you, a whole week been great and crazy at the same time. Let me tell you what happened. So I'm taking sitar classes, right? One of the girls that's been taking these sitar classes with me in our class just came back last week from India. She had been in India for a month. And so I'm talking to her because I didn't get to see her before she went to India. And I'm, just trying to catch up with her. This was on Tuesday, trying to catch up with her before we go into class about why she went on the trip and how was it, chit chat, right? So she tells me, that the reason that she went on this trip, okay, was because listen to what I am telling y'all about why this young Black woman went to India for a month. That it was a ceremony. I forget the name of the ceremony, okay? There was a ceremony that's a month-long ceremony that happens every 2 years in India, where the devotees from all over the world come and post up campsites, if you will, along the river Ganges. Okay. She said it's really intense, it's really radical, and there are stops all along the thing. And she said, but to me, like the thing that was so daunting and overwhelming was, quote, the number of devotees that come for this ceremony every 2 years to live together for a month on the river Ganges. I was like, wow, that's interesting. I said, how many people was it? Let me just say who the deity for whom this ceremony takes place, to give you some context. The deity worshipped for a month, ongoing every 2 years by devotees all over the globe, is Shiva. The deity Shiva is worshipped for a month. And the punchline, I was like, how many people was it? She said 620 million human beings. I said, you mean 620,000? She said, no. She said 620 million people living along the river Ganges for a month to worship Shiva. Now, I don't know if you remember what I told y'all last week when we were talking about Kali. Before we went into the Kali Puja with this elder, remember what I told y'all right before we went into that ceremony? It was like a day or two before that ceremony when we was talking about Kali and the significance of Kali on the equinox, and some theorizing that the equinox represented the official end of the Kali Yuga. Remember that? And one of the things that we had read was that the divine attributes, the major divine attributes of Kali, had been split in 3 to become the attributes of the, quote, the 3 great gods of Hindu tradition, being Brahma, being Shiva, and being Krishna. Remember I said that? Listen, y'all. Remember I said that? Remember I said that Kali could no longer be in an Indian tradition that, just like every tradition on earth that began matriarchal, was transforming the images of the mother to give those images and attributes to male gods. That was happening everywhere on the planet at the same time. Remember that? That Kali and her multifaceted ways of presentation, right? Her dynamic self splits into 3 to become the divine attributes of these 3 male lower gods, being Brahma, Shiva, and Krishna. Isn't this interesting, y'all? Does anybody know why I'm having a motherfucking moment right now? Because before that, maybe a month before that, I was telling y'all that I saw this documentary with this dude. What's his name? Jordan Maxwell. You know, he transitioned, but everybody playing his stuff now because he's always talking about the hidden symbolism and everything, right? And Jordan Maxwell did this piece on how the gods of India eventually became the characters of the Bible. For example, and I mentioned this with what? Within the context, this actually happened in November, this presentation that I did, because I am playing the sitar. I'm taking sitar lessons. Remember that? And I told you that one of the songs that we were doing for last semester's, performance was a song called Saraswati Vandana, about the goddess Saraswati. And how is it that as long as I've known about the Hindu tradition, I'd never heard about Saraswati? Right? And so I started going into this deep dive about the historical significance of Saraswati. There's videos about it, by the way, with her image on the thumbnail. So you can just go back and watch the whole thing. The short version was Saraswati was said to be the deity that gave birth to all the quote cultural aspects of the Indian people. She was responsible for creating the Sanskrit language. She created the language. Here it is. We're going all the way back to my intro in the beginning about how we have to create new language. Remember? She was the creator of Sanskrit, right? She was the creator of all the arts, including the scientific arts. That she was seen as the birth giver of the waters of the Ganges. You know something? And how all that. So I'm doing this deep dive on Saraswati because I ain't never even heard of Saraswati. You feel me? And like, oh my God, she was huge. She wasn't small. She was huge. And how they disappeared her literally out of the collective consciousness of the goddamn tradition, right? Then, later on, I see this piece by Jordan Maxwell who says that Saraswati, and I told y'all in what I read, Saraswati's husband was Lord Brahma, right? The creator of the entire universe, Lord Brahma, right? And then, child, wig split, mind blown. Jordan Maxwell, who I'm going to tell you, I might have to do a whole thing on Jordan Maxwell because he be dropping these dimes and people like, oh my God, the government had to kill him because this. But Jordan Maxwell, again, you got to pay attention to the messenger too. The messenger is great and you can take it for what it is, but you still need to know the messenger. Jordan Maxwell was a hardcore evangelical reactionary. Yes, he was. Sure was. I won't go that deep on it. But on this day, while I'm preparing to do this live for y'all, about me taking sitar, and we're doing this song that I love so much. So I had to research who Saraswati was because I'd never heard of her. And do you know that the quote, what is attributed in the Christian Bible as the primary progenitor of the quote, chosen people, of the quote, Hebrew people, is Abraham and his wife Sarah, who was just a condensed in name version as the progenitors of this whole nation of God's chosen people. You feel me? That story of Abraham and Sarah was an outright theft of the story of, quote, Lord Brahma and his wife Saraswati. Brahma became Abraham, took the A off the end and put it at the beginning. You hear what I just said? Brahma became Abraham. They just took the A off the end and put it on the front. You feel me? Saraswati becomes Sarah. Mm-hmm. But Saraswati was considered one of the progenitor mothers of the Indian people. She was responsible for the development of human language among the Indian people. She was the developer of the Sanskrit language. She was the one that, after teaching them the language, taught them to write the language. She is said to be the mother of the Vedas themselves. The Bhagavad Gita, she is the mother of the Vedas. But we don't know nothing about her. We do at least know Kali. We do at least have heard of Durga. You feel me? Of Pravati. She been erased out of the collective lexicon. And she one of the ones. She one of the main ones. You feel me? And then lo and behold, this story. And so I'm telling you that Kali's attributes, right, as the triple goddess within herself, each attribute of herself as the goddess split into threes and disseminated to these Johnny come latelys in the game that are then placed above her in significance. Shiva, Lord Brahma, and they bastard ass son Krishna. Just like God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. This is Shiva, Brahma, and Krishna. Mm-hmm. 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 You feel me? Mm-hmm. You remember I said that? You feel me? So anyway, now we are making our entry into this section on Kali Ma. Okay? Kali Ma, who, if you do mantras to her, you feel me? Those mantras must be chanted 108 times. Who else got the number 9? Who else got the number 9? Our mother or y'all. Their stories sound so much the same that it cannot be a coincidence. So let us talk about Kali. Dark Mother, Kali Ma, the Hindu triple goddess of creation, preservation, and destruction. Now most commonly known in her destroyer aspect, squatting over her dead consort Shiva and devouring his entrails, while her yoni sexually devours his lingam or penis. Let me tell you, there she is as the what? What did the comedics call her? They called her Serpent of the Nile. She who envelops, the great engulfer. Isn't that what they call her? That's what they just said about Kali. Mm-hmm. I have something else to tell you. And I have to tell you. Because it's probably going to be addressed in here. I haven't read the whole thing. But it's probably going to be addressed in here because I know it's not just like an epiphany I had. It can't be. But I was looking for pictures to use as thumbnails for this video, right? And you know, we always see Kali with all these men's heads in her hand and skulls around her waist, and she's got her foot on Shiva's chest, right? And in the older personifications of this image, right, Shiva is always, every single time, Shiva is on his back with her foot on his chest, and Shiva is white. Now with Kali, because of the influence of the Aryans during the first Aryan invasion of India, in different personifications of her, she will either be black, she will either be blue, and in the later period, during the whole formation of the caste, she is pictured as white or very light-skinned. You feel me? But in the older personifications of this relationship, right, between Kali and Shiva, after Kali has won the battle against the demons threatening to destroy the world, the story we are told is that Shiva sacrifices himself to his wife, right? He lays on his back and lifts her foot up while she's in the frenzy, places it on his chest to, quote, bring her down out of her madness. That's the story that we're told. So while I'm looking at all of these images, trying to find a thumbnail for this video, it never occurred to me, but Shiva is always pictured as white, regardless of the shade or the complexion of Kali. But when I saw all these images of Kali as jet black, her original self, quote, the black one, right? And her foot is on this very white-skinned Shiva, I said, this is an astrological story that we're looking at, right? Shiva, who has her foot, and most people not knowing the story, it looks like she is subduing him. It looks like he may be dead. I've heard people say that. Like, who that dead dude on the ground up under her? When we don't know the story, that's what it looks like. She wild. She got blood hanging from her tongue. She got a nigga skull in her hand, like his head in her hand. She got some skulls around her skirt. She got some skulls hanging from her necklace. You feel me? 108 skulls to be exact, hanging from her necklace. You feel me? Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? The dude on the ground, he got it rough. You feel me? And I said, oh my God. Yes, it's an astrological story because every mythology is an astrological story. So what's the astrological significance of this image that I am looking at the quote, divine black one whose foot is on the chest of quote, who has been, as the tradition changed, as the stories changed, who has been made her quote, husband, you feel me? Has been made her quote, husband, you feel me? But she has got him what appears to be subdued on his back. I said, this is an image of the significance of the Kali Yuga, when the mother regains power over the son. I just told you that Shiva, Brahma, and Krishna were born out of the dissection and disappearance of the significance of Kali. They were given birth to by the vivisection of their mother, Kali Ma, great mother, great black mother of creation. That without her dissection and reduction in her significance, and to maintain any nominal significance, they couldn't make her the mother anymore. So she became the boo, the side piece, the wife to her son. She became the wife to Shiva in the telling of the story. But when you look at this image, even though they tell you that this is what it means, you know, to move past your ego is to submit, right, to the lotus of the mother's feet. You feel me? I was like, that's a beautiful story. It's a beautiful interpretation of what men must be willing to do to change the world. You feel me? And then it occurred to me when just looking through pictures, I said, this is an astrological story. This ain't about men and what they need to do. This is an astrological story. This is an astrological personification of what the rise of the divine black primordial she means to her son, who previously murdered her through dissection to give birth to himself. To give birth to himself. To give birth to himself, he had to dissect his mother. He had to slay the primordial image of his mother and give himself power over her by reducing her to his wife. Child. And this image of Kali taking her husband / son, and finally, and once and for all, subduing him. Subduing him. This is what we're looking at when we're looking at this image. We're looking at the mother's victory over her son. He's not dead in this image. So she ain't trying to kill her son. But she was acting like the Iami Ajay. You've been wilding out for way too long, and talking wasn't getting it done, and loving wasn't getting it done. Punishment, putting your nose in the corner, was not accomplishing what needed to be accomplished, which was for you to stop misbehaving. So the only way, that the only language that you responded to right now is for me to pull my belt out and whip your ass. This image is the image of the collective Iami Ajay in her punishing form to subdue her unruly, rowdy, destructive ass son. That's that picture. That's that picture. She said, I ain't gonna kill you, but I gotta put my foot on your neck now, because now you're doing too much. You done ran astray, run amok, fucked everything that I done created up, threatening to destroy the whole planet in your bullshit. And so now talking ain't gonna do. Talking just ain't gonna cut it. Trying to reason with your ass is not going to cut it. You understand? Trying to love you into right way is not going to cut it. It's not gonna cut it. Now I got to put my foot on your neck. I ain't gonna kill you, but you gonna feel me. That's that image. I said, that's that image. That's where we at right now. This is what she's trying to remind us of through imagery right now. Fire say no more timeouts. Okay. All right. Okay. So Kali is the hungry earth, which devours its own children. God damn it. I go through so many ink pens. This shit is just ridiculous. Okay. Kali is the hungry earth which devours its own children and fattens on their corpses. It is in India that the experience of the terrible mother has been given its most grandiose form as Kali. But all this, and it should not be forgotten, is an image not only of the feminine, but particularly and specifically the maternal. For in a profound way, life and birth are always bound up with death and destruction. Kali was the basic archetypal image of the birth and death mother, simultaneously womb and tomb, giver of life and devourer of her children. The same image portrayed in 1,000 ancient religions. Even modern psychologists face this image with uneasy acknowledgement of its power. It seems the image of the angry, punishing, castrating father is somehow less threatening than that of the destructive mother, perhaps because she symbolized the inexorable reality of death, whereas he only postulated a problematic post-mortem judgment. Tantric worshippers of Kali thought it's essential to face her curse, the terror of death, as willingly as they accepted blessings from her beautiful, nurturing maternal self. For them, wisdom meant learning that no coin has only one side. As death can't exist without life, so also life cannot exist without death. Kali's sages communed with her in the grisly atmosphere of the cremation ground to become familiar with images of death. They said, quote, his goddess, his loving mother in time, who gives him birth and loves him in the flesh, also destroys him in the flesh. His image of her is incomplete if he does not know her as his terrorer and devourer. End quote. Few Western scholars understand the profound philosophy behind the hideous images of Kali the Destroyer. The London Museum displayed such an image with a label saying only Kali, destroying demon. The Encyclopedia Britannica devoted 5 columns to Christian interpretations of the logos without ever mentioning its origin and Kali's Om, or creative word. Kali herself was dismissed in a brief paragraph as the, quote, wife of Shiva and a goddess of disease. Certainly, as the Kalika or crone, she governed every form of death, including disease, but she also ruled every form of life. Kali stood for existence, which meant becoming because all her world was an eternal living flux from which all things rose and disappeared again in endless cycles. All the gods whom she bore and devoured addressed her thus, quote, thou art the original of all the manifestations. Thou art the birthplace of even us. Thou knowest the whole world, yet none know thee. Thou art both subtle and gross, manifested and veiled, formless, yet with form. Who can understand thee? It is thou who art the supreme primordial Kalika, resuming after dissolution thine own form, dark and formless. Thou alone remainest as one ineffable and inconceivable, though thyself without beginning, multiform by the power of Maya. Thou art the beginning of all, creatrix, protectress, and destructress. End quote. Brahmins assigned Kali's three functions to three male gods, calling them Brahma, the center. Oh, it was Vishnu, my bad. Brahma, the center, Vishnu, the preserver, and Kali's male Kali's archaic consort, Shiva, the destroyer. But many scriptures opposed this male trinity as offensively artificial. A prayer to the Tantrasara said, quote, O mother, cause and mother of the world, thou art the one primordial being, mother of innumerable creatures, creatrix of the very gods themselves, even of Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Shiva the destroyer. O mother, in hymning thy praise, I purify my speech. End quote. The Nirvana Tantra treated the claims of male gods with contempt. Quote, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshvara, Shiva, and other gods are born of the body of that beginningless and eternal Kalika, and at the time of dissolution, they again disappear in her. O Devi, for this reason, so long as the living man does not know the supreme truth in regard to her, his desire for liberation can only give rise to ridicule. From a part only of Kalika, the primordial Shakti, arises Brahma. From a part only arises Vishnu, and from a part only arises Shiva. O fair-eyed Devi, just as rivers and lakes are unable to traverse a vast sea, so Brahma and other gods lose their separate existence on entering the uncrossable and infinite being of the great Kali. Compared with the vast sea of the being of Kali, the existence of Brahma and the other gods is nothing but such a little water as is contained in the hollow made by a cow's hoof. Okay? Just as it is impossible for a hollow made by a cow's hoof to form a notion of the unfathomable depths of a sea, so it is impossible for Brahma and other gods to have a knowledge of the nature of Kali. End quote. Even the arrogant Vishnu, who claimed to have brought the whole earth out of the primal abyss, received the grace of enlightenment concerning Kali and wrote a poem about her. Quote, material cause of all change, manifestation, and destruction, the whole universe rests upon her, rises out of her, and melts away into her. From her are crystallized the original elements and qualities which construct the apparent worlds. She is both mother and grave. The gods themselves are merely constructs out of her maternal substance, which is both consciousness and potential joy. End quote. The Yogini Tantra said of Kali, quote, whatever power anything possesses, that power is the goddess. End quote. Shakti, power, was one of her important names. Without her, neither man nor God could act at all. Quote, it is she, as power itself, Shakti, who takes the active and changeful part in generation, as also in conceiving, bearing, and giving birth to the world child. All this is the function of the divine, as it is of the human mother. It is thus to the mother that man owes the world of forms or universe. Without her as material cause, being cannot display itself. It is but a corpse. Primacy is given to the mother, and it is said, quote, What care I for the father if I but be on the lap of the mother? Okay, Lizzie. What care I for the father if I but be on the lap of the mother? Okay? End quote. A tantric scholar points out that, quote, the poets have found much more intimate cries of the heart when they spoke of the deity as their mother than when they addressed themselves to God as father, end quote. Kali's poets approached her through love, quote, by feeling is she known. By feeling she is known. Chat. By feeling she is known. Okay? I told this to a friend once, and he rejected it. I said, your problem is you know a lot of shit. I said, but you need to know less and feel more. And he was like, I don't accept that. I was like, all I can do is tell you what it is. You can accept or reject it, but I'm telling you what your problem is. Why you keep having this particular issue with every single person you communicate with. And in your mind, is something wrong with everybody else and not you. And I'm telling you, you need to think less and feel more. Mm-hmm. The poets say of Kali, of her love, it is by feeling she is known. How then can lack of feeling find her? In their view, all is the mother and she is reality herself. Shaham, she, I am. She, I am. Hold on, let me mark this. It says, Shaham, she, I am, the Sakta says, and all that he senses is she in the form in which he perceives her. It is she who in and as him drinks the consecrated wine, and she is the wine. She feeds him as a mother feeds her child. He becomes immortal. Quote, deathless are those who have fed at the breast of the mother of the universe. God damn. Oh my God. Oh. I'm just thinking out loud. There ain't no basis for any of this shit I'm saying, but I am sensing it is so. God damn it. So y'all remember last week, we gonna be up in here. Remember last week, I was telling you that I'm trying to condense the evidence from different mythologies around the world that that all of the what we call the 7 heavenly bodies detectable by sight. You feel me? The sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, right? That those planets and those heavenly bodies detectable by the eyes, by the human eye, that are the foundation of all mythology on Earth, right? that I am convinced, and every day I come across something that convinces me more, that all of these mythologies, all of the that talk about these 7 heavenly structures detectable by the naked eye, were all female, and that every last one of those stories that we have learned through Greco-Roman perspective as males, all of those planets and their personifications have, for the greater portion of the human epoch, been female. All of them. So I'm trying to find the stories and the evidence in current mythology that proves this theory that I have, which is not far-fetched, that all of the planets were once female with female archetypes. We always talk about how all of the powers of the female deities have been usurped by the burgeoning rise of the male gods, you feel me? And then they steal the story, scratch the name off, put a male name on, and there you go. Here we have modern mythology and astrology and so on and so forth, right? And so I was talking to y'all last week about how I had been met with some serious resistance when I put out for the first time that, like, oh my God, yes, Eshu is not a male deity. Eshu is not a male deity, that Eshu is female. And this is why I think that is, right? Remember me saying that? Because I talked about Eshu is who? Eshu is Mercury in Roman mythology. Eshu is Hermes in Greek mythology. And why was Hermes so significant? Because the term that we recognize now, hermaphrodite, which is supposed to be a person born with both sets of reproductive organs, born both male and female, right? The term hermaphrodite has its origin in the story of Hermes dressing like a woman, dressing like a female to disguise himself so that he too could go in the temple of Aphrodite, which was forbidden to males, so that he too could learn the secrets of the goddess of love. You feel me? And that in this story, Aphrodite isn't just some god, because Hermes is a god too. Aphrodite is his mother. Aphrodite is his mother. So he betrays the will of his mother, who says that only female priests are allowed in my temple. You feel me? And she gave him other importance. But what she gave him was insufficient. And so he was like, fuck what my mama said. Let me get these garbs. Let me dress and live as a woman so I too can gain these secrets in my mother's temple. Right? And so I said, and then the story that I told y'all about how Eshu came to be in his relationship with his mother Oshun, and how because Obatala, heeding and fearing the threat made by Oshun, y'all better pray this baby in my belly ain't no girl, because y'all still got y'all gonna have hell to pay. Y'all have betrayed me. You feel me? You done did me dirty. And so I'm going to comply with Olodumare's will to make the earth someplace where human beings can exist and thrive. But make no mistake, I still got an attitude. I still got an attitude. So you better pray that the baby in my belly is a male and not a female. And fearing and heeding the seriousness of this threat made by Oshun, the story goes that Obatala reached his hands into her womb and changed the sex of her female baby to male. You understand? And so I was like, damn, Eshu is female. And what does this mean? Right? But I also said the same thing last week about Aquarius, who is who in the pantheon of Ifa. Aquarius is Shango, right? But Aquarius in Greek mythology, his name was not Aquarius. His name, supposedly, he was an actual living person. He was the youngest priest of Priam, King Priam, who was the king of Troy. And his name was Ganymede. Remember I said, isn't it interesting that his name was Ganymede? What does the prefix Ganymede or Gyna mean? Gyn or Gyna? It is referencing the reproductive organs of females, Gyn or Ganymede, right? Why his name was Ganymede? You understand? And then I told y'all, Zeus flew down out the sky as a great eagle and grabbed him up to become his, quote, cupbearer. He becomes Aquarius, the cupbearer to the gods, right? And what is the waters that he, the great permanent water bearer, is pouring? He is pouring out the waters of heaven. What were the waters of heaven called in ancient Kemet? The Milky Way, the multiplicity of stars of the Milky Way, the milk of the goddess Nut's breasts. That's the Milky Way. And so here they say here. So this is another story. In the story, Ganymede is a young, underage male child who gets kidnapped by Zeus to become a sex slave and servant to Zeus. That's the story, right? But what if the story is actually a telling of the son, Zeus, the son as Zeus, who kidnaps his mother, Ganymede, reduces her, like every other story, reduces her to be his servant in Mount Olympus, and the inherent sexual exploitation that's in the story. And so why did I say that? It's because this story right here says about Kali, right? In their view, all is the mother, and she is reality herself. No. Okay, so it goes further. It says, it is not only she that gives him the wine, right? He drinks the consecrated wine. Who stole the significance, the historical significance of the wine and the blood as the wine? Your Abrahamic father did that, right? But here it says, not only does she give him the wine to drink, and he perceives her in all of her forms, that he perceives not only is it she giving him the wine to drink as the consecrated sacred wine, but that she is the wine itself. She is the wine itself, not only the giver of the wine, but she is the essence of the wine, right? And then it says, she feeds him as a mother feeds her child, and she becomes, in the child, he becomes immortal. Deathless are those who have deathless, holy fuck. Deathless are those who have fed at the breast of the mother of the universe. Why is this significant? Because we spent, let me write this down so I don't forget it. God damn it. Yeah, oh my God. Holy shit. Y'all. Listen, why is that last statement that I just read so significant? It says, deathless. Oh, God damn it. Deathless are those who have fed at the breast of the mother of the universe. Deathless are those who have fed off the breast of the mother of the universe. Listen, what do we say at the end of our global conspiracy? What do we say all the time? Mommy and I are one. We are she just as much as she are we. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one, right? Listen, it says deathless are those who have fed at the breast of the mother of the universe. Why is that significant? Because I just told you about my theory about Aquarius actually being female. Aquarius is not male. Aquarius is female. Aquarius is not only female. Aquarius is the divine, immortal, universal she, another personification of Kali, of any of the primordial mothers, right? Remember in the show Chaos that came out in like November of last year, 2024, starring Jeff Goldblum, you feel me? And in this story about Zeus, Jeff Goldblum's character is Zeus, you feel me? He's tripping because he receives a prophecy that says that he will be killed. Not only will he be killed, it will represent the end of all the immortals in Mount Olympus. And all of the other immortals is like, nigga, you tripping. We immortal. What does that? We can't die. Like, why are you tripping about some prophecies? Gods don't have prophecies. Immortals don't have prophecies. That's what they say. Immortals don't have prophecies because we live forever, right? But he is like, something wrong. He tripping. Everywhere he go, he tripping. He see everybody suspect, right? In this story, Ganymede, quote, the water bearer, is not just one. Remember? In the story Chaos, Zeus doesn't have one water bearer. He has multiple disposable water bearers, all prepubescent male children dressed in tennis boy, like them little tennis boys at a tennis match. They just run on the court and grab the ball so the players can keep on with the match uninterrupted. They all dress like that, them little tennis runners. But instead of running tennis balls, they running water from this big old fountain at the gate of Mount Olympus. Remember, the water was coming up out the fountain in a perfect circle for Olympus. And every time you see one of these boys, they got a pitcher of water just running all over the place with pitchers of water to make sure that the immortals had access to the water. And then at the end of the show, right, towards the end of the show, the first season, come to find out that this is not some basic water or, quote, even the heavenly water. It just still looked like water coming up out of a fountain. Why was Zeus tripping? Because the first place that he noticed that something was off was in the water fountain. The water in the cyclical O that was never interrupted, the water started glitching. And he's like, what the fuck? And so now he starts going into this wormhole. Guess y'all remember what the water was? Anybody remember what the water was? Does anybody remember what the water was? Where the water came from? And why that was the only thing they drank in at Mount Olympus was this water coming out of this fountain. Anybody remember what the water was? No? The water, come to find out, this story on Earth that kept people compliant, that kept people worshiping, that kept people making sacrifices to the God, that kept people prayerful, that kept people in line. You feel me? They were fed a story for millennia about how if they do those things, if they pray and do ritual and make offerings and live right and do all the things, that once they die, they would be able to go down. Remember, they was all in life jackets going down the river Styx into what looked like a portal. And on the other side of the portal was supposed to be equivalent to heaven, the Greek mythological equivalent to heaven. Like if you just do the right thing, you too can travel the river Styx into a state, and all you see is a big white light. You don't see what's on the other side of the portal. You just go through the portal, and it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be the Olympian equivalent of heaven, right? And then if you didn't do everything right, because you remember, Eurydice say her husband, what's his name? Orpheus, stole her coins. He did not put coins on her eyes so that she could, quote, pay the boatman to make her journey so she too could experience bliss and shit. And so she couldn't go, right? And they find something else with the people who couldn't go. The thing that connected both of them, whether they was going to heaven or whether they were staying in Hades. And I'm going to have to stop on IG because this shit is shutting off again. Damn, I hate it when this shit be interrupting the goddamn apex of a story, the peak of a story. Shit. You feel me? I'll be on a roll, and then this shit stop again. Okay. So they get down there because you remember it was the dude that she was partnered with trying to help her figure out like why her husband stole her coin so she couldn't transition. But then she realizes it was a part of her destiny not to transition because she needed to find out what was happening because she was a part of the prophecy that represented a fall of the Olympians. She represented the necessary ingredient that was going to guarantee the fall of the Olympians, right? So they go into this place that's dark and evil and terrible and see all these people, but they lifeless and they look like charcoal or some shit. She's like, what the fuck is this place? Like, why these people here? You feel me? So they find out that not only the people who are going to what they think is heaven, but also the people who do not make it, who, quote, remain in Hades, that the essence of both of them, because you need, what did I tell you at the very beginning when I'm talking about the astrological significance of Saturn in the Saturn Neptune conjunction, that you need these polar oppositions. You feel me? That these represent polar oppositions. They become distracted because nobody lays in the middle. Nobody be trying to see what they can do with the middle and the height of these extreme oppositions, no matter what they are. So here, the story, the Olympians been feeding the humans these stories to keep them compliant, but to also keep them from being together. So they can't peep the technique. They can't peep what's hidden in the space in between. You feel me? And so they find out that whether you go to, quote, Hades and become a dark, lifeless, charcoal person, or whether you go through the great light portal where the light at the end of the tunnel guarantees you permanent, long-lasting happiness, or you get to reincarnate and become a better version of yourself, right? It didn't matter what happens either way. That what was happening, right, was that the essence, the life force essence of every human being was being condensed by the gods. And that condensation of their life force essence was what the water was. The water in the fountain was the collective life force of all the human beings. That these people living the fuck up in Mount Olympus were not actually immortals. That it was the drinking of the essence of human beings. What is the essence of human beings? The essence of human beings, the essence of human flesh, the essence of the material experience is the condensed, peculiarly significant material expression of the multiplicities of the goddess herself, of the mother. When they were killing, massacring, doing all this terrible shit to humans, they are doing that to the mother. Human beings as a singular, human beings as the one represent the material force that is the mother. And so these gods, these, quote, immortals, were not actually immortal. This is why Zeus was freaking out, because while everybody else was just coasting, everybody else was just doing their thing, all the immortals just living, not stressing, not nothing. We immortal. Like, why are you worried about a prophecy? That shit don't apply to you. You live forever. And he was like, y'all motherfuckers forget. He says it. You forget what we had to do to our father to become. But if we change the story, like I've been telling you, they didn't do it to their father. Who was their father? Kronos. What did we say Kronos was before it was Kronos? It was grandmother Crone. So what he was essentially saying is, y'all remember what we had to do to our mother in order for us to become immortals. Remember what we had to do to our mother in order for us to become immortals? Nigga, we wasn't born immortal. That's what he was saying. He said, y'all out here coasting, y'all niggas been living so long, y'all forgot. Y'all forgot that we had to murder our mother. We became immortal through the murder of our mother. That's what we did. He said, y'all forgot. Y'all forgot. Y'all been out here too long. I'm tripping because I know what we did. I remember what we did. We as Poseidon, we as Hades, we as Zeus, the trinity of Greek mythology, Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus, the trinity of Greek mythology. I remember what we had to do to our mother in order for us to become immortal, in order for us to become greater than she. And so the water is what made them immortal. What do we say the water was? The milk, the blood, any of the mother's essences that could give a mortal life to one who was less than she, born of she. Here they say that shit right here. Deathless are those who have fed at the breast of the mother of the universe. This is what made them immortal, was literally drinking the water of the compilation of all the human essence, all the mother's children at the end. And so in order for people to keep, in order for them to keep the machine running smoothly, they created these ceremonies. They created these rituals. They gave them these requirements. They gave them great epic stories of destiny and how they could fulfill it. They gave him stories about what it means to be heroes and shit, to keep them preoccupied from the fact that as humans living on the earth, the only purpose they served was to provide access to the primordial mother's essence through human beings to give them immortality, The story is everywhere, by the way. It's not just this retelling of the story of Zeus. This story is everywhere. Remember, I was telling y'all about that movie. It didn't do well at the box office, but I've watched it about 40 times, called Jupiter Ascending with Channing Tatum and that other girl, whatever. Same thing. They meet these people that they think are gods because they've been living for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. But how have they been living for thousands and thousands and thousands of years? They would go to other planets. They would make sure that the people on the planets thought they were gods so that they could make them behave in a certain way to guarantee longevity of the human population, an increase of the human population, and then they would harvest the humans to drain their life force in what will become a cute little purple drink that they could drink that would prolong their life. They weren't immortal. They were vampires. Mm-hmm. And so they would just move from planet to planet and planet. You understand? Siphoning the life force of the living entities. The same thing about the movie Immortals I was telling y'all about with Selma Hayek, the Marvel movie. Same thing. Anyway, I'm going to keep going. I ain't going to digress no more, I promise. Maybe. The Yogandhara Tantra says, quote, hold on, because now God damn it, I said stop it. Turkey. Sorry about that. These dudes are doing too much. Whew. Anyway, so let's see. I'll put this back up here. Let's see. The Yogini Dada Tantra says, quote, obeisance to her who is pure being consciousness bliss as power, who exists in the form of time and space and all that is therein, and who is the radiant illuminatrix in all beings, end quote. As a mother, Kali was called treasure house of compassion, or Karuna, giver of life to the world, the life of all lives. Contrary to the West's idea of her as a purely destructive goddess, she was the fount of every kind of love which flowed into the world only through her agents on earth, women. Listen, did y'all hear what I just said? Hold on. Did y'all hear what I just said? Contrary to the West's idea of her as a purely destructive goddess, she was the fount of every kind of love, which flowed into the world only through her agents on earth, women. Thus, it was said that a male worshiper of Kali bows down at the feet of women. Listen, it ain't gonna be the only time I interject. Listen, it says, thus it was said, a male worshiper of Kali bows down at the feet of women, regarding them as his rightful teachers. Let me tell you why this is so significant. I was just talking to an Indian friend of mine. So, of course, I'm taking sitar lessons. So I'm meeting many more Indian people, right? So I'm talking to this Indian sister, and I said, it always struck me. And I didn't have the language or the knowledge or the understanding about why I was so frustrated, because even though am not, like a Hindu practitioner, I always loved the story of Kali. I said it is always so weird and frustrating to me that when you see, quote, videos or whatever of people who are in the cults of Kali in India, and males have exclusive dominance over the cults of Kali, over the temples of Kali in India. Right now, today, males run the temples, lead the temples, so on and so forth. But their brand of worship of Kali always seems so weird to me, like weird in only the way that males can come up with. You feel me? I was like, this shit I'm seeing don't make no sense. Like extreme shit. Like eating dead flesh, right? Or like rotten flesh, or like taking in, like smearing shit on themselves. That kind of like crazy, extreme, weird shit that don't sound nothing like no mother. You feel me? And so I'm asking the sister, I'm like, why does the worship of Kali and the cult of Kali look so I always hesitate because I'm not trying to offend somebody's culture, but I'm trying to get us to recognize these moments when the goddess was subdued and taken over by males. You feel me? So here it says that her personification of all love, Kali, which flowed into the world only through her agents on earth, which are women. Thus it was said that when a male worshiper of Kali, he bows down at the feet of women, regarding them as his rightful teachers. It didn't say some women. It didn't say a select few types of women. It said he bows down at the feet of women, regarding them as his rightful teachers. And so she said the same thing. She was like, this is what you're witnessing is a usurpation, an overthrow of the worship of Kali that is in the sole possession of males, right? So anyway, let me just keep going. The name of Eve may have originated with Kali's leva or jiva, Jiva, the primordial female principle of manifestation. She gave birth to her first manifested form and called him Edom. In quotes, Adam. She also bore the same title given to Eve in the Old Testament, Mother of all living, or Jaganmata. As the primordial deep or menstrual ocean of blood at creation, Kali was certainly the same as the biblical Tehom or Tiamat or Tohu Bohu, the flux representing her state of formlessness between manifested universes. As Mahanila Saravati, the great blue river goddess, she Kali as Saraswati. Let me do my pen. She was probably the original namesake of the river Nile, as Kundalini, the female serpent, resembled the archaic Egyptian serpent mother said to have created the world. It was said of Kundalini that at the beginning of the universe, she starts to uncoil in a spiral line movement, which is the movement of creation. This spiral line was vitally important in the late Paleolithic and Neolithic religious symbolism, representing death and rebirth as movement into the disappearing point of formlessness and out of it again to a new form, a new world of form. Spirals, therefore, appeared on tombs as one of the world's finest mystical symbolism. Lunar priests of Sinai, formerly priestesses of the moon goddess, called themselves Kalu. Similar priestesses of prehistoric Ireland were called Keles, origin of the name Kelly, which meant a hierophantic clan devoted to the goddess Kele. This was cognate with the Saxon Kale, Kale, or Cale, whose lunar calendar, or Kalends, Kalends, included the spring month of sprout kale, when Mother Earth, Kale, put forth new shoots. In antiquity, the Phoenicians referred to the Strait of Gibraltar as Calpe, because it was considered the passage to the western paradise of the mother. Indo-European languages branched from the root of Sanskrit, said to be Kali's invention. Now you remember I just said Kali, they just say right here, Kali as the goddess Saraswati. Okay? So again, it's saying here the root of Sanskrit is, or English, Indo-European, all Indo-European languages. So what did I start this whole thing, this whole live about? It's how it's important for us to create a new language because we don't even know in etymology anything other than the Latin, the Greek, the Hebrew, or the Old English origin of quote all modern language, that we don't even be told the Mandarin or anything like that. But here it is saying that all Indo-European languages branched from the root of Sanskrit, which is said to have been invented by Kali. God damn it. See how this shit be working? Ooh, child. Anyway. She created the magic letters of the Sanskrit alphabet and inscribed them on the rosary skulls around her neck. The letters were magic. God damn it. The letters were magic. The letters were magic because they stood for primordial creative energy expressed in sound. I cannot believe, you know what? I can believe. Let me tell you about today. I want to tell y'all, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to make a note. God damn. God damn. Today has been a day of days. Okay. It said the letters were magic because they stood for the primordial creative energy expressed as sound. Kali's mantras brought into being the very thing whose names she spoke for the first time in her holy language. Y'all know I communicate in movie, okay? Y'all know I communicate in movies, so I'm gonna just tell you. There is a movie that I've only watched about 100 times. It's a kid's movie. It's called Aragon. The movie Aragon is about the last age of the dragons. That's what it's about. It is about the last dragon rider, okay? And in there is a particular Jeremy Irons, just his name, Jeremy Irons, stars or co-stars in this movie. I love it. I love it. It's wrought with contradictions, but I love the movie. Okay. So in the movie, of course, there's always a hero, right? And in this movie, the hero is a teenage child who is rambunctious and he's bored and he's like disobedient and all of the things. You know, every hero movie you see, the hero starts off as a douchebag, does something terrible, gets his mentor killed, and it is only at the time that he gets his mentor killed that he realizes the errors of his ways, and now he steps comfortably into the role of hero who will save the world. Okay, that's the stereotypical makeup, right? That he got to be a douchebag in the beginning and do something awful before he has the epiphany to become good and to fulfill his destiny as the hero. Okay, cool. In Aragon, he meets his mentor who is responsible. His mentor is responsible for the end of the age of dragons. The way he ended the age of the dragons, because he was a dragon rider. And there was a bunch of dragon riders, right? And dragon riders were typically good people. But what had happened was one of the dragon riders, right, went to the quote side of evil. And so he was using his power and his dragon to murk people and steal shit and do all type of evil shit. And so this war ensues between the dragon riders, and at the end of it, there are only 2 dragons and 2 dragon riders left. This guy, played by Jeremy Irons, who is the mentor of the new would-be dragon rider who will emerge the age of the dragon rider, right? And then the dude who is played by one of my favorite actors of all time, John Malkovich. John Malkovich plays the bad guy, dragon rider, right? A bad guy. Well, oh yeah. And so the relationship between the dragon rider and the dragon is that if the dragon rider dies, the dragon dies, right? But if the dragon dies, the dragon rider can still live. You feel me? So, and Jeremy Irons tells this story about how the bad guy, I forget how it goes, but bad guy, dragon rider, it was just them 2 and the 2 dragons that was left, right? And the bad guy, dragon rider, kills his dragon. And he's so overcome with rage and grief that he makes it his own personal mission to get even with the dragon rider who kills his dragon. It's not this bad guy. John Malkovich plays a bad guy, but he is not the dragon rider that Jeremy Irons is talking about. But anyway, so he is so set on revenge because this dragon rider killed his dragon that he goes and he kills the dragon rider to take revenge, not thinking about the fact that this evil dragon rider had the last remaining dragon on Earth. And when he killed the dragon rider, the dragon died, thus ending the age of the dragon. Okay? He's telling this kid this story because he's his mentor, and the kid receives an egg of a dragon. and the dragon, the baby dragon hatches. You feel me? And so he's telling him what it means to be a dragon rider. And because the dragon is magic, the rider's magic comes from the dragon. The rider only has magic because of the bond between he and his dragon, right? And so when this guy is explaining this particular, and he has different styles of magic that he can do, okay? When he's explaining to him how to do certain things, he says, first, you must learn the language. He said that's the first thing you have to do, is you have to learn the language. You have to learn the ancient language. The kid was like, what's the ancient language? He said, it is the language of the fairy. Is it the fairies? Was it fairies? It's elves. He said you have to learn the elven language. This is the, quote, primordial language. This is the, quote, primordial language. You have to learn the language of the elves. He said because elves didn't just speak. To say the thing, to know the thing and say the thing is to make the thing happen. Whatever you speak out of your mouth, the thing exists. He said, how did he say it? He said, oh, there was something specific that he said. He said, to speak the thing is to create the thing. So the kid was learning how to make fire, right? And so he says, how do I make a fire? And he says, to know the thing and speak the thing is to create the thing. Just what they just said here. Just what they said here about Kali, right? In her relationship to sound and manifestation. He said to speak the thing is to create, is to generate, to create the thing. So he tells him, you can't speak it in any language. Listen, you can't say fire in any language, and it does that. He says you have to know, oh my God, you got to know the primordial language, baby. I started this whole live talking to you about every last person that I have been reading this week saying the same word. No matter what I do, no matter what I eat, no matter how much rest I get, I am always exhausted. And I'm telling them, your ass is not exhausted. We have to create a new word for what it is we are all experiencing. But exhaustion is not it. Especially if in your mind you know that everything you do is right. Everything you're doing is the thing you know to do to take care of yourself, to be healthy, to be the best version of yourself, to do self-care ceremonies and all of this shit. And your ass is still saying at the beginning of a reading that your ass is tired, but you're vegetarian. Your ass cook every meal, but you're exhausted. Your ass go to yoga 3 days a week. You meditate, you do chakra alignment, but you are exhausted. Exhaustion is not what we're experiencing, but we have to come up with the word for that. I say, I don't know what the word is. I just know that is not what we are experiencing. Didn't I start this whole live 2 hours ago saying that? And then I'm talking to you about a movie about a white boy savior and his dragon. And Jeremy Irons says, to say the thing is for the thing to be created or generated. He said, but you can't. All language does not possess the power to do that. And I said, what did I say about the Wicked Dairy? About Mary Daly's Wicked Dairy? You understand? I said, we have to create a whole new language, because even as I'm searching deep all the time for the etymological origin of a word, and we're seeing in that how so many words, their original meaning based on these languages has been flipped upside down and turned inside out. And this is how some of the bullshit be happening, is because in our mind, because of our current knowing, we think the word means this, but in its origin, at least in these languages, these patriarchal languages, in its origin, it means the exact opposite. So we're talking about passion. Oh, I was so passionate about my boo, and I was so passionate about love, and I was so passionate about whatever the fuck, whatever. I was so passionate about the arts, and I got so much passion, right? And then we learn that the origin. So now we think the word means like desire, enthusiastic desire for whatever, right? Because that's the way we learn the word. is that it's a good word describing the intense feeling towards something or someone. But that the origin of the word, the Latin origin of the word passion, means to suffer. The word passion means to suffer. And I was telling y'all why I always hated the word compassion, but didn't have the language to express why I hated the word compassion. And people was like, what kind of weirdo don't like the word compassion? I was like, I don't know, but I hate the word. And so I was like, well, let me find out why I hate this word. And then I come to find out that passion means to suffer. And so compassion means to suffer with. That's what it means. It literally means to take up or take on one suffering as your own, to suffer with. That's what it means. I was like, no wonder I hate this damn word. But even still, the only thing that all etymology goes to, as soon as you Google the etymology of the this and this and this and this, the only languages they're going to give you is Latin, Greek, Old English, maybe, Welsh, and Hebrew, if you're lucky. Those are the only origins. So here you have all the words right now in the human lexicon that we use, especially as English-speaking people, and that the only etymological origins that we have access to in mass through things like this, you feel me, are to the greatest patriarchal languages. And she say right here, right? What'd she say here? Kali's mantra brought into being the very thing whose names she spoke for the first time. To speak the name is to create the thing. Right? Even the Bible talks about this a lot. Where? In the Book of Solomon. Don't they talk about that in the Book of Solomon? Oh my God. Not only the Book of Solomon, where Solomon's power to build the great temple of Solomon came from where? That Solomon had control over the demons, right? Solomon had control over the demons. How did he have control over the demons? It was because he was given by God the name of each demon. And to know the name of the demon, to speak the demon's name, was to give you power over the power, was to give you control of the power embodied in that demon. That's how, because he used the demons. Oh my God. Listen, Solomon used the power of the demons he controlled to build the temple to God, the temple of Solomon. Why am I freaking out right now, y'all? Because for the last 2 years, all we've been hearing about, if we've been listening, is about how this period in human history is strategically significant for those who proclaim to be God's chosen people. You understand? And that they were looking for very specific astrological signs to give them the go-ahead to do the ritual necessary to do before they could rebuild the Temple of Solomon. Do y'all remember this? Do y'all remember that this is happening in real time? Right now. That they were looking for, that one of the signs would be astrological, and another sign would be what? The birth of 5 pure red heifers that they would sacrifice on the land before re-erecting the Temple of Solomon. Why is this significant? Because we're talking about Solomon. And I was just talking about Solomon given power over the demon by knowing the demon's name. Speaking the demon's name, true name, was what gave Solomon power over the demon. What does that mean? Control of the demon's power to use on his behalf. So he used the power of the, quote, demons. He used the, quote, power of the demons to build the Temple of Solomon. Here, we talking about in real time, these so-called Jews have already done the ritual sacrifice of the 5 heifers, by the way. That's already happened. To, quote, begin the process of rebuilding the Temple of Solomon that was built by demons. Now, why is this significant? Because we talked about demons. We talked about it in Mary Daly's book, Pure Lust, about the etymological origin of the word demon, and what the Bible translates to, quote, demons actually means elements. Anyway, let me go back to Aragon, because this shit could get real wormhole deep, and I ain't trying to go wormhole deep, but this is deep right now. She said when she spoke the thing came into existence. To speak the thing in the primordial language, because that was the other thing. All languages do not have the power to generate, to manifest this way. You feel me? That's why in the movie Aragon, he says, we speak in English right now. He said, but you just saying fire don't make the fire appear. He said, you have to learn the primordial language. What is the primordial language? The elven language. What is the elven language? It's the mother's language. It's the secret language. It's the lost language. It's the lost language. He says, to speak the thing is to create the thing. You want to start a fire with your hands? Speak it in the mother's language. Speak it in the hidden language. Speak it in the forgotten language. Speak it in the primordial language. To say the thing is to see the thing. To say the thing is to create the thing, but only if you're using the right words. Only if you are using the right language. Child. Harry Potter. This concept of the importance of names is huge throughout the entire series, from first movie to the end. Why? Because especially the first four movies, what do they say about, quote, Harry Potter's arch nemesis? They don't call him by his name. Because what does Hermione say? To say the name is to create the thing. And then she goes on later to say, to fear the name is to fear the name is to fear the thing itself. So throughout the whole first 4 movies, they don't call him by his name, Voldemort. What do they call him? He who must not be named. He who must not be named, because their fear was based on this, that if we say the name, he will return, because he was in the ether place. He could only exist in the heart. Fuck. Oh my God. He did not exist in this realm. His essence was preserved. Listen, his essence was preserved in a multiplicity of trinkets, and that he could not regain his total power, unless the trinkets were brought back together and he was freed from them. What does this sound like? It sounds like what I just said about what they did with Kali, how they dissected her, how they vivisected her. You feel me? They split her apart and then put little pieces of her in each one of these little lower deities to give them power, to give them her power. They split her up in pieces and then put her essence, her memory of her power into little pieces of these male deities, and then disappeared her. And then raised up the little ones. The little ones. You feel me? He who must not be named, because to say the thing is to create the thing. So for the whole first, actually three movies, because we do not learn his name, his how he came to be, because he was hiding himself after he was killed. After he was killed, but in a way that his essence, his spirit still existed, and it existed in these quote Horcruxes. These Horcruxes scattered all to and fro, and those who were the servants of quote the dark. Listen, those who were the servers of the dark, those who were the servers of the serpent, those who were the servants of the serpent, those who were in quote house Slytherin, the serpents, those who were quote the servants of the great basilisk who lived underneath the building. You feel me? Those who were the servants of the serpent spent all their days and all their plotting and scheming to assist in the re-emergence of the one, as represented by, quote, he who must not be named. You feel me? As represented by the serpent. As represented by the serpent. As represented by the serpent. Even so much so that because Voldemort used his power, his magic wand, to attempt to kill Harry Potter and left him with a little lightning bolt on his head. Left him with a lightning bolt on his head, fused his power with Harry Potter. You feel me? And in doing so, Harry Potter acquired several of Voldemort's powers. The most primary and scary one for the people at his new school was the power to speak a secret language, the language of the serpent, the parcel tongue. Only he could hear the serpent and what the serpent was saying, and could communicate without knowing that he was speaking a different language with the serpent. But that whole first three things, he who must not be named, everybody chanting it like a mantra. He who must not be named, so that he cannot reemerge. He cannot regain his power. He cannot regain his true self in his true power. Now just replace the he with she. Now just replace the he with she. Serpents and basilisks and Slytherins and parcel tongue. Child. So we're talking, let me just keep on. Because that little section could be a whole fucking deep dive all its own. All its own. They say that the letters were magic because they stood for the primordial creative energy expressed in sound. Kali's mantras brought into being the very thing whose names she spoke for the first time. God damn. Yo. Oh my God. God damn it. This could be a whole, this section alone could be a whole fucking 3-hour workshop, I promise. Somebody's asking what the book is again. It is The Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets by Barbara G. Walker. But I want to say something about this, y'all. Maybe it's because it's 1:00 in the goddamn morning and spirit be live and in full effect. This witching hour. You feel me? So Aragon, his mentor, Aragon as the representative of the one who is going to facilitate a new age of dragons. In the movie Aragon, he is the representative who is the only one that is going to allow it to be possible for the re-emergence of the age of the dragons. He is given by a woman what looks like a giant blue rock. It looks like a blue crystal. It's big like this. She gives him the blue crystal because it's been in her protection. You feel me? So this child gets the blue crystal. It's like trying to barter it off at the market to get some food and shit, right? And the dude was like, "Where you get that egg from? I mean that crystal from?" He's like, "I got it in the woods while I was hunting." He's like, "Oh no, I don't want this. This is the king shit. Anything on that land is the king shit." He takes it home, and it's an egg. It hatches, and a cute little baby dragon comes out of it in this white child's possession. Okay? The dragon, like all dragons in most of these movies, is female. Okay? Because he cannot be responsible for the re-emergence of the dragon, and he got a male dragon. Can't do that. Because male dragon can't reproduce ever, regardless of the circumstances. But the female dragon can create and generate from her own body. Remember? So he gets the dragon. And he has a mentor. And the mentor is telling him the first thing that you need to learn, the very first thing that you need to learn as the custodian for this new dragon who will give you powers from her own body, is that you need to learn the primordial language in order to be able to tap into the power that resides in the body of this little baby dragon. That's the only way you can get access to power. That's the only way you can access the power. You feel me? Then I'm talking to you guys about Kali in the beginning, what we call her mantras, right? The Om, right? As her primordial mantra of creation. It says here that what did it say? That whatever she spoke, let's see, Kali's mantras brought into being the very thing whose names she spoke for the first time in her holy language, right? Listen, I speak in movies, so y'all just got to rock with me because it's coming through in real time. There's a movie I've been telling y'all about for a long time. It's a kid's movie, but it is so deep. When I tell you, I cry every time because it's not sad. It's deep. Like I cry for the power present in this movie. It's deep, deep, deep. It's a kid's movie called The Last Mimsy, M-I-Z-Y, The Last Mimsy. Okay. And short version, the section specifically that I'm thinking about is these two little kids go on summer vacation, and while they're playing in the ocean, they find a little weird box. And so they take it home and they open the little weird box, and it's got all these toys in it. They think it's just toys. But as soon as they open the little weird box, there's a little girl and her big brother, okay? And her big brother is a stereotypically annoying ass white male child. He has the characteristics of the stereotypical reluctant hero who becomes hero. That's this child, this boy child. And the little girl is just the innocent. She just represents pure innocence because she's little, right? So she finds a little bunny in the box, and the little boy finds a bunch of other little weird toys, like some little glowing rocks and all kind of little weird shit, right? But she only has the Mimsy, okay? The Mimsy is a little AI bunny rabbit. It's a bunny rabbit that is self-aware. So when she gets the bunny rabbit starts to teach her things that she needs to know and tells her about why he has come. And she tells the rabbit tells her, "My name is Mimsy." Okay. Now, there are things that are indications, right, happening through the movie, but you think they're small, but they're significant. And so as soon as they open the box, Mimsy starts talking to her, telling her what has to happen. Then she starts teaching the little girl about what the other quote toys are for. She finally tells her brother that these aren't just toys, these are machines, these are instruments. He's like, instruments for what? And she's like, these are instruments because you're going to be my engineer. She tells her brother this. You gonna be my engineer because we have to create a machine. These toys start giving this little boy powers, but he can only access the powers through his sister, who is being taught by the little Mimsy about why they were so significant, why they were chosen to do this thing that they must do. So the little boy, he starts to have like an extremely deep sense of hearing. So much so that he can speak out of his mouth in different ways. And the way that he speaks will cause animals to obey his command. You hear me? Not animals, insects, the smallest of all the animals. He can use his new language that he don't know what he's saying. He just say, I just do something, and I just say something in this weird language, and the insects start to do what I tell them to do because he's that tapped in to how seemingly insignificant the animal, the creatures are, right? But he can hear them and they can hear him. And so he was not a very bright student, but something happens when he's able to communicate with these insects. So he decides for his school project, this is the part I'm getting to. This baby, with this new language where he is able to communicate with the smallest creatures on Earth, decides for his science project that he is going to talk to spiders. And in him being able to talk to these spiders in real time, he gets a like a fish, like an aquarium, a fish aquarium, right? And he puts all these spiders in the fish aquarium. And then using the language that he has been given, creates a computer program that reproduces the language, right? Because he can't tell the people that he speaks to the spiders. So he uses what he has learned in his own language to reproduce it as a program in his computer. So when he goes to the science fair, they hear this weird, like, just frequency sounds, but they don't know that he fed that shit to the computer. So the computer is reproducing the sound that he fed the computer. And the sounds, the sonic waves that this child speaks into the computers programs the spiders to do a very specific type of geometric web. And instead of the web being two-dimensional like we usually see webs, like flat, pretty, two-dimensional webs, he programmed the sounds to teach the spiders how to build a, quote, five-dimensional web that was elongated like a long tube, but in geometric shapes. The way the child got the idea, y'all, was the Mimsy was communicating to the child in his sleep, to both the children in their sleep. And so he went to sleep one night. This is how he came up with the idea for the spiders. He goes to sleep one night and he sees himself, child. This is the scene I always start crying. This shit is so deep. He sees himself in his dream standing in the center of the fucking universe. He sees himself standing in the center of the universe, y'all. And he is yelling in the universe. And what he is saying is shapes. He's saying the names of shapes. Dodecagon, hexagon, pentagon. But he's screaming into the absolute black abyss of the universe, child. Oh my God. He's saying all of these shapes. Quadron, dodecagon, hexagon, pentagon. And as soon as he says it, this thing that looks like a web springs out of his mouth to create the shapes as he's saying the shapes. As he's saying the shapes, he's creating the shapes. It's springing from his fucking mouth. And as he says the shapes, you see this thing in the universe form right before him, going out and out and out. And he wakes up from the dream and he's like, oh my God. And he starts doing this thing with his computer to put the very shapes that he was saying in his dream in this fucking computer program. And then taught them motherfucking spiders how to create in a condensed version what he spoke into existence in his dream in the universe. And then at the science fair, his sister says, I dreamed last night that you did this. I saw you in the universe creating the same thing. And he says the significance of this elongated web that I taught the spiders how to create out of their own body is that this spider web, if it was spanned across the universe, could allow people to travel time, to travel between dimensions and to travel time. That's what he said at the science fair. That's what he said at the science fair. Now, the reason this is significant is because his teacher, who was his science teacher, took a book from him. No, that book. He had a test. The kid had a test. And on the back of the test, when he finished the test, he was doodling. He was just doodling. Y'all, I got to rewatch this movie again. The doodle that this child created on the back of his goddamn test was so you guys are familiar with the symbol that is supposed to represent the power of Kali, the Sri Yantra. Thank you so much. The Sri Yantra, right? Because he done opened this box, he don't know why he doodled it, because he opened this box. Now all of these things are just firing in their brain, right? So he's doodling, and he doodles the perfect sketch of the Sri Yantra. The black goddesses, the primordial black, Kali Ma. He creates, god damn, he creates the Sri Yantra perfectly on the back of his test. So when the teacher gives him this test back, he was like, where you seen this at? And the kid was like, I don't know. I just draw them. I draw them all the time. He was like, what? So he's like, you have any more? He's like, yeah, I got a whole notebook. And so he just thumbs through all of these, what is it called? Mandalas. All of these mandalas that he's just been doodling freehand out his brain, just doodling these perfect representations of these different mandalas. And so the teacher, right, is tripping. So he takes it home to his girlfriend who done spent all this time in motherfucking Tibet studying the mandalas, studying the meanings of these mandalas with the monks up in the Himalayas in Tibet. That's what she did. And so she's looking at these drawings, and she's like, the fuck? The teacher in his book go to the mama house the next day. They were like, where did your kids see these? She's like, I have no idea. She's like, have they seen any books with this in it? And she was like, mm-mm. Then, so they're thinking that the boy child is genius level. Something's happening to him. They call him like these special children, and that you can identify these special children by the markings in their hands. And I have become an expert at identifying these markings. This is what the woman say. And she's like, damn, he ain't got the markings. But the little girl comes out of the room with her little mimsy. And she's like, can you check my hand? Can you check my hand? And the woman looks at her hands, and the baby has the markings. Okay. And she starts to talk about these mandalas, the little girl. She starts to talk about the mandalas. And she's like, I know them all. I know their names. I know what they do. She said, this one right here is my favorite. It's called the Seven Mountains. And the woman is like freaking out, really, right? And so the mom is freaking out now too. And the mom was like, how did she know that? And she said, Mimsy is my teacher. The little bunny. Mimsy is my teacher. right? And this and this and this and this. But listen, the Sri Yantra, at least according to what the teacher said, the teacher's boo said, is that the Sri Yantra in particular, my live feed on IG is about to go out, so I might have to bring it up again. I told you, it's every time at the peak, this shit happens. Every time.
Oh.
So, what the woman says about the Sri Yantra in particular, the one that is, when you Google it right now, is the symbol of Kali Ma, is that this one in particular is supposed to be a representation of what they call a spirit bridge, a bridge that will allow you to travel all time and space and dimensions. That's what they said in the movie. That's what they said in the movie. And here, but that scene with that child speaking the shapes into the universe, and every shape he spoke was a portion of this, quote, heaven's bridge, this heavenly bridge. Y'all, I'm beside myself up in here. In short, the Kali's worshippers originated the doctrine of the Logos, or the creative word, which Christians later adopted and pretended it was their own idea. Kali's letters magically combined the elements, which were previously separate as fiery air, male, or watery earth, earthy, female forces. The former were cruel, the latter benevolent. This distinction seemed to reflect the tantric view of Kali as Lady of Life and her spouse as Lord of Death. Though called the One, Kali was always a trinity, the same Virgin Mother Crone triad established perhaps 9 or 10 millennia ago, giving the Celts their triple goddess Morgan, the Greeks their triple Moray, and all the other manifestations of the threefold goddess. The Norsemen, their triple Norns, the Romans, their triple Fates, and the triadic Uni, or Juno. The Egyptians, their triple Mut. The Arabs, their triple moon goddess. She was the same everywhere. Even Christians modeled their threefold God on her archetypal trinity. Her three form were manifested in many ways. In the 3 divisions of the year, God damn it. In the 3 divisions of the year, the 3 phases of the moon, the 3 sections of the cosmos. Oh. Cut it out. Damn. Oh my God. Okay. 3 phases of the moon, the 3 sections of the cosmos, heaven, earth, and underworld, the 3 stages of life, the 3 trimesters of pregnancy, and so on. Women represented her spirit in mortal flesh. The Divine Mother first appears in and as her worshipper's earthly mother, then as his wife, thirdly as Kalika. She reveals herself in old age, disease, and death. 3 kinds of priestesses tended her shrines: yoginis or shaktis, the maidens, the matri, the mothers, and the dakinis. The skywalkers who attended the dying, governed funerary rites, and acted as angels of death. all had their counterparts in the spirit world. To this day, Tantric Buddhism relates the three mortal forms of woman to the divine female trinity called the three most precious ones. Kali's three forms appeared in the sacred colors known as gunas: white for the virgin, red. Listen, y'all, goddamn it. Kali's three forms appeared in the sacred colors known as the gunas: white for the virgin, red for the mother, black for the crone. There they is again. There they is again. Fire, I love you. I love you for it. She said patriarchy is so dusty and unoriginal. When I tell you there is not a single story that they have told that is their own, that is original, that is not a theft. Not one story. Not one story. Listen. The three forms appeared, and here are the Iami Aj again. That's why I got up on that Wheel of Time shit. Because Kali is known as the Wheel of Time. Kali is known as the Wheel of Time. Right here in this book. Kali is known as the Wheel of Time. Listen, they say the three forms appeared in the sacred colors known as the gunas: white for the virgin, red for the mother, and black for the crone, symbolizing life, birth, life, and death. Black was Kali's fundamental color as the destroyer, for it meant the formless condition she assumed between creations when all the elements were dissolved in her primordial substance. As white, yellow, or other colors all disappear in the black in the same way. All beings enter Kali. Thank you, Claudia Akra, for the donation. The black goddess was known in Finland as Kalma, Kalma, Kalima, a hunter of tombs and eater of the dead. European witches worshipped her in the same funeral spaces or places for the same reasons that tantric yogis and darkinis worshipped her in cremation grounds as Smashana Kali, Lady of the Dead. Their ceremonies were held in the places of ghosts where ordinary folks feared to go. So were the ceremonies of Western witches, that is, pagans. They adorned the Black Mother Earth in cemeteries where Roman tombstones invoked her with the phrase "Mater genuit, mater recepit." The mother bore me, the mother took me back. For those of you just coming on, we're reading from the Encyclopedia, the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets by Barbara G. Walker about the goddess Kalima. The mother bore me, the mother took me back. Sometimes Kali the Destroyer wore red, suggesting the blood of life that she gave and took back. Quote, as she devours all existence, as she chews all things existing with her fierce teeth, therefore a mass of blood is imagined to be the apparel of the queen of the gods at the final dissolution. End quote. The gypsies who worshipped Kalika as a disease-causing goddess they called the aunt. The aunt clothed her in red, the proper color for gypsy funerals. Blood was as much a part of Kali's worship as it was of the worship of the biblical God who said blood must be poured on his altars to bring remission of sins. Hebrews 9:22. The difference between the Western gods' demand for blood and Kali's was that Jewish priests took away the meat and ate it themselves. Numbers 18, verse 9. Whereas devotees of Kali were permitted to eat their own offerings as in Calcutta. Quote, the temples The temple serves simply as a slaughterhouse for those performing the sacrifice, retain their animals, leaving only the head in the temple as a symbolic gift, while the blood flows to the goddess. For to the goddess is due the lifeblood of all creatures, since it is she who has bestowed it, the lifeblood, and that is why the beast must be slaughtered in her temple. That is why temple and slaughterhouse are one. This rite is performed amid gruesome filth in the mud compounded of blood and earth. The heads of the animals are heaped up like trophies before the statue of the goddess, while those sacrificing return home for a family banquet of the bodies of their animals. The goddess desires only the blood of the offering, hence beheading is the form of sacrifice, since the blood drains quickly from the beheaded beast. The head signifies the whole, the total sacrifice. End quote. Beheading or throat cutting were common methods of sacrificial killing in the Western world too. Kosher killing for Yahweh consisted and still consists of draining the animal's blood because blood was the special food of the deities. Kali demanded sacrifice of male animals only, for they were expendable. Kali demanded sacrifice of male animals only, for they were expendable, a custom hearkening back to the primitive belief that males had no part in the cycles of generation. Shiva himself, as Kali's sacrificial spouse, commanded that female animals must never be slain at the altar. End quote. Kali was the ocean of blood at the beginning and at the end of the world, and her ultimate destruction of the universe was prefigured by the destruction of each individual, though her karmic wheel always brought reincarnation. After death came nothing at all, which tantric sages called the third of the three states of being. To experience it was like the experience of dreamless sleep. This state was also called the generative womb of all, the beginning and end of beings. End quote. Kali devoured time itself. At the end of time, she resumed her dark formlessness, which appeared in all the myths of before creation and after doomsday as elemental chaos. What time is it? I think I'm gonna end this soon. The mystical experience of Kali was often described as a preview of formlessness beyond the veil of death, a psychic return to the womb to be united with Kali's oceanic being. Thus, Ramakrishna described it, quote, I was suffering from excruciating pain because I had not been blessed with the vision of the mother. I feared that it might not be my lot to realize her in this life. I could not bear the separation any longer. Life did not seem to be worth living. Then my eyes fell on the sword that was kept in the mother's temple. Determined to put an end to my life, I jumped up and seized it, when suddenly the Blessed Mother revealed herself to me. Oh my God. The temple and all vanished, leaving no trace. Instead, there was limitless, infinite, shining ocean of consciousness or spirit. As far as the eye could see, its billows were rushing towards me from all sides to swallow me up. I was panting for breath. I was caught in the billows and fell down senseless. End quote. Ramakrishna revitalized the worship of the mother. As his pupil, Vivekananda said, quote, it was no new truths that Ramakrishna came to preach, though his advent brought old truths to light, end quote. Vivekananda predicted the resurgence of the mother into the consciousness of the world's population after patriarchal religions had forced her into concealment in the unconscious. Quote, one vision I see clear as I see clear as life before me, that the ancient mother has awakened once more, sitting on her throne rejuvenated, more glorious than ever. Proclaim her to all the world with the voice of peace and benediction. Clearly, this goddess was much more than the London Museum's, quote, destroying demon. That is the end of the section on Kali Ma. I'm going to go ahead and read a couple more things because I said we were going to go to, I'm not going to go that far, but I am going to go. I said this was going to end at the top of page 498, so I'm not going to go that far. We're on 494. I'm going to read a couple more sections. Kama Mara, erotic, which literally means erotic desire, plus fear of death, a dual spirit who tempted Buddha during his solitary meditation. The Upanishads, or Upanishads, I forget how you pronounce it, said that Kama Mara was the self, source of both desire and fear. But Mara was once the mother of the Maruts, or nature spirits, and Kama was the Vedic equivalent of Eros. It seems likely that they were combined in an archaic period as a sexual androgyny. The demonic combination expressed the demonic combination expressed the ascetics' belief that eroticism drew the flesh of men towards destruction. A Buddhist legend said that the Blessed One met the challenge of Kama Mara by touching the earth with his fingers, thus invoking the irresistible power of the Universal Mother who protected him. Kamsa, the Vedic prototype of King Herod. Told you, the whole Bible is a straight up, great, giant, massive work of plagiarism. The Vedic prototype of King Herod, Kamsa, king of the Bhojas, initiated a slaughter of innocents when trying to kill the infant Krishna, aka Jesus, his future conqueror. Kamsa killed only boy babies until Devaki brought forth a girl. The girl was killed too and rose to heaven to become a goddess. She visited Kamsa and told him, Kamsa, Kamsa, since you attacked me to destroy me, I will smash your body with my own hands and drink your warm blood. Kamsa realized that she had become his death. The myth was intended to support the taboo against killing females. Kara, the Valkyrie Swan King who defeated her enemies with magic songs. The Valkyrie Swan Queen, who defeated her enemies with magic songs, flying above them in her dress of swan feathers. Another name for that Aryan great goddess, also rendered Kari, Kara, Kari, etc., as mother of the heavenly swan nymphs or apsaras. Carissa, Cordius reservatus, Codius reservatus, Tantric Matana, probably the same as Drudaria in medieval poems of courtly love, sexual intercourse without male orgasm. The object was to increase a man's spiritual powers by keeping seminal secretions in his body and also absorb the power engendered by his partner's multiple orgasms. Okay. Kari, Malay variation of the triple goddess Kali, sometimes identified with three grandmothers under earth who cause floods, that is, bring about the doomsday by water and subsequent recreation. Kari was also a primordial creatress, perhaps androgynous, who conceived the first human beings by means of magic flowers, the yoni lotus, and gave birth to the human race. Kari's voice spoke in the thunder. Listen, does this seem to be synonymous through all these Kas we're reading? The power of sound, the power of song, the power of speaking a specific language that creates instantaneously, that materializes instantaneously that which is spoken out of the goddess's mouth. This has been replete throughout each of these. The significance of the voice, of the sound, of the mantra. There we go again. This is the last one I'm going to read because I'm tired. The last one I'm going to read for the night is called Karma, aka fate. Hindu concept of fate, perhaps derived from Kauri Ma, i.e. Kali Ma. The usual symbol was a wheel representing endless cycles of becoming. So what I need, this is the assignment until the next time we do this. This is the assignment. Having read all these Kas tonight, right? The next time, those of you who are watching, watches the show, because there's a new episode that just came out today, because it's coming out once a week. Every time you watch an episode of The Wheel of Time, I want you to identify, to talk about it here, identify everything you see now, reading what we've read tonight, everything you see now as the evidence that this entire show entitled The Wheel of Time, the whole show is about Kali. 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 Kali being the triple face manifestation of any god you want to place in that name. If you want to say the Wheel of Time and look for all the evidence in the Wheel of Time of the Iyami Aj, who are always pictured as three. She in white, Oshorongo Funfun, that's the one in white, Oshorongo Rojo, that's the one in red, and Oshorongo Dudu, that's the one in black. So whatever you want to use, Kali, or the Iyami Aj Oshorongo. But here you go right here. You understand? This show is about the Iyami. This show is not only about the Iyami. This show is about the Iyami and the violent attempts of all manners of males, benevolent and evil, to overthrow the power of the mother. Because you got the jet black ass Negro dressed in all white as sons of the light. What does he call himself? Child Vada. Child Vada. Going around killing women to and fro. Killing women to and fro. And he, in his jet black ass skin and his brilliant white robes, are a representative of the light. Right? And then you got the dark one, or what do they call it? The friends. They call it the friends of the dark, people who side with the dark, as represented as the Italian looking male, right? So you got these two men in these two seemingly opposed positions. Child Vada is supposed to be a representative of good, and the light as implied by his dress in all white. But then you got the dark one, the Forsaken, right? Dressed in all black, but he a white guy, he Italian, dressed in all black as a representation of evil. These two males become the personification of the dualistic opposition of, quote, good and evil, though both of them, good and evil, have set as their primary enemies women with power. Both this good guy, quote, good guy, child father, and the representative of the dark, they call him the dark friends. He's a dark friend. When they pledge allegiance, quote, to the white guy in all black and the black guy in all white, right? And both of them have set as their personal mission to destroy any woman with what do they call it? With access to the one power. Anybody who has access to the one power is naturally an enemy to these seemingly opposing entities, both represented by males. Didn't we just talk about this when I was talking about the astrological significance of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction? The quote, rise of religious zealotry and the opposing energy, and the rise of, quote, irreligious, what do they call it? Irreligiosity or something, like people who are completely opposed to religion and people who are religious zealots, how those poles would be made extreme in this period of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. You feel me? And how I'm saying this shit, these really put forward through the media, represented by the really radical change in media potential during Saturn-Neptune conjunctions, how these things, these radical oppositions, will be all the noise, all the rage, all the distractions, right? And that in those distractions, you cannot be still enough to see how you can dismantle both by living in the spaces in between. Here it is again. I'm talking about Child Lada as, quote, the representative of the light, dressed in all white, his jet black ass. And then, quote, the Dark Lord, the Dark One, dressed in all black, his white self, dressed in all black. And they didn't even keep it quiet, because when the Dark One was released, where was they at? They called it at the heart of the world. What was the heart of the world? I remember what the heart of the world was. And the heart of the world, when he and more reigns to die go to the heart of the world, thinking that they gonna prevent the last battle by defeating the Dark One at the heart of the world. And they get to the heart of the world, and the main lieutenant of the Dark One, is being held captive in a Horcrux that looks exactly like the yin and yang. Remember, they're standing on it. It's an actual yin and yang. And the chief lieutenant of the Dark One, when they go and they think they about to go kill him, they actually released him into the world. They released him into the world, thus guaranteeing the last battle, right? It's just like so clear and so plain. So look for the evidence of the EMEIJ or Sarongo or Kali or whatever, but this is the last thing I'm going to read. The usual symbol was a wheel representing the endless cycles of becoming, every force or entity in the universe begetting equal and opposite reactions of its own action. Did I literally just say that? Of its actions in its own its opposing reactions to its own action. All forces maintaining balance. The goddess's law was that any individual evolution must be worked out by a series of reincarnations through the turning of the great wheel of time. Isn't that the whole thing that they talking about in the wheel of time? The great turning of the wheel. The great turning of the wheel in this most recent episode. They have to, in order to know your destiny, is to remember the blood of your origin. So they got to go into this thing and face all their past lives, which is what? The blood of their ancestors. Them living over and over and over again in their offspring. That's what they did, right? And so, and then the other thing about this show is about the, at least this season, is it is revealed that the Aiel, this is really it. God damn it. In this, like not this episode that came out today, the one before, it is revealed once Rand, Althor, and Moraine go into this thing that they have to go into to face their past. It is revealed to Rand Althor that he is Aiel, right? The red-headed people, all the red-headed people, they Aiel. And the Aiel are great warriors. The women that are Aiel, they gangsters. You know what I'm saying? They real warriors. And so when he goes into this thing that he has to go into, one of the wise ones tells him there is a reason that the Aiel, as they are now, have been reviled by everyone and called the oath breakers. Listen, there's a reason that y'all have been called the oath breakers, but you have to remember, because he was not raised Aiel. He was born with Aiel blood, but he was not raised Aiel. But even the Aiel, the current Aiel, they was like, we ain't no oath breakers. Why y'all call us oath breakers? So he goes far enough back into his blood, far enough back into his bloodline to remember that the people who, the little hippie people who call themselves people who live the way of the leaf, the nonviolent, the nonviolent motherfuckers, right? The nonviolent motherfuckers. The people who, quote, go the way of the leaf and just let the wheel do what it do. You feel me? Because they believe in peace at all costs, like we talked earlier in this astrology about Thoreau writing during the last Saturn, Neptune, during the 1848 Saturn, Neptune conjunction. He wrote the think piece. He delivered the think piece on political nonviolence, on what do you call it? Philosophical nonviolence, on the other word, I forget the other word, right? And in the same week, his opposition, Karl Marx, writes the Communist Manifesto, making the declaration that bloody armed warfare under the leadership of the proletariat in arms is the only way to pave the way to the future. And then here it is, right here. So the Aiel, they go back. So the Aiel in the current time are great radical gangster revolutionaries. They fight, they box, they do all the things. And then Rand goes far enough back into his blood. He goes far enough back into his ancestry to see all of the lives that he has lived. And he goes back far enough to remember that the Aiel were the people of the leaf, the people who were living the way of the leaf. And they were given this tree. The Aiel were given a tree by the Aes Sedai. And this tree, inside the tree was this sacred stone or crystal or whatever. We don't know what it was for yet, but they actually grew the tree around the crystal to protect the crystal. And something was happening in the world. And it was like, we need people who are going to do something different. Like, we've been fighting wars, we've been doing battle, and that shit ain't working. This is the Aes Sedai. It's like, that shit ain't working. So we need to try something different. So we're going to protect our sacred tree to the Aes Sedai, who do no violence. That even as violence is done towards them, they do not go the way of violence. Maybe they can do something. Maybe they know something we don't know. Maybe they can do something we don't know. And so Rand al'Thor, as his ancient ancestor who was given possession of this sacred tree with the sacred crystal in it, takes the tree and the crystal, right? They go the way of the leaf. And something happens and they end up participating in violence. This is why they were called the oath breakers. The interesting thing is the female Aiel, they run across a bunch of campers, like the little wagons. You feel me? And everybody in them is dead because these are the people who go the way of the leaf. No matter what wrong has been done to you, we do not participate in violence. And so they're getting picked off everywhere. And one of the Aiel says, why would we take the time to bury them? She said, the only thing more shameful, listen, she said the only thing more shameful than, but I forget how she said it. The only thing more shameful than not fighting back is to not to preserve your life. She said the only thing more shameful than not fighting back is to not preserve your life. All these people here dead because they refuse to fight back. The way of the leaf, my ass. That's what she said. The way of the leaf, my ass. They out here all dead. Crows and shit, picking at their bones and shit. She's like, why would we waste our time burying them when they even have enough common sense to protect and defend their own life? She said the only thing more shameful than not fighting back is to not preserve your life, or something to that effect. Talking about the way of the leaf, right? And so she viewed them with revile. Then he goes back far enough to see that the Aiel, who was like revolutionary gangsters now, she talking about, man, we ain't even gonna take the time to bury these dudes. They didn't want to protect their own life. They didn't want to preserve the life of their family members. Fuck them. Let the birds have them. But go to find out, far back enough, they were the peacekeepers. They were the originators of the way of the leaf. These violent revolutionaries were the ones that created this culture of going the way of the leaf. Isn't that fascinating as hell? So anyway, let me read this last little bit. Right? Evil actions resulted in rebirth to a more evil life. Good actions brought lives of increasing virtue and happiness. Ascetic yogis of early Buddhism insisted that the idea that one could take shortcuts through the cycles of time and escape altogether from the inexorable karmic wheel into a state of nirvana or cosmic not being, the individual dissolved into the infinite. So that's all I'm going to read tonight. But yeah, this has been really fascinating. It's been really fascinating, really dope. So book a reading, make your donation, become a member on this page, subscriber, like a paid member. Email me at EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com to secure a reading or a wellness consultation. If you have not yet received the whole breakdown of the liver cleanse and care for being in the liver season, which we transitioned into on the equinox last week, I am still offering a discounted condensed consultation, like a wellness consultation. So email me, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com, if you want to receive the liver detox protocol that I'm giving to you for free. Even like if you want to make donations, cool. But I will email you right away if you want to book a session. If it's too much, you want to try to understand it, or if you have questions, I'm doing a discounted liver gallbladder specific call at a severely discounted rate. So you can email me that. Tell me what you want to do. So email me if you want that. I am still working on what is going to essentially be a temple service this Saturday, although it is going to be functional because we're going to be talking about what we can do to as a ritual or ceremony or something for when the Pope executes this event in the honor of the 1700 year anniversary of the founding of the Roman Catholic Church. So the 1700 years ago in May, the church was founded, at least in its foundational origins, at the Council of Nicaea, which lasted from May through to the end of July or the beginning of August in the year 325 AD. So I'll be developing the Zoom link for that. I ain't going to do it tonight. I'll do it tomorrow and send that out to everybody who is interested. So email me plot and plan. Put in the subject header, plot and plan. I know exactly what it's for. That way I can send you the Zoom link so that we can be up on there on Saturday and try to figure out what kind of jack move we gon' attempt. And I have some radical ideas, but you know me, I have a tendency to be a little bit like ambitious. You feel me? So maybe y'all can talk me off a ledge because I've been up in here plotting and scheming. So put plot and plan in the subject header if you want to get in on the Zoom conference on Saturday night and see what we can pull together. And that's all I gotta say. Now I gotta go try to find something to eat, child, at this late night. But thank y'all for rocking with me. This reading was so necessary. That's why she was harassing me. This reading was necessary. This reading was necessary, and it was so phenomenal how what I thought was going to be like an unrelated kind of opening, talking about people who've been calling me for readings or consultations. And the word I'm hearing all week is I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted and I don't know why. I'm exhausted and I don't know why. And my response has been, stop saying you are exhausted because that's not what you're experiencing. We have to come up with a new word for what we women in particular, but we humans in general are experiencing. And the only language that we can communicate that which we are experiencing, quote, is as exhaustion. And I'm like, damn, we got to come up with a new language. Totally not even realizing, because I had not read it through, not realizing that Kali had something to say about that which has been happening all week. And she's like, so you gonna do this live tonight or what? You posted shit damn near a week ago. You gonna do this shit or not? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, I got something to say. I have something to say. This something that I have to say has to come from between your motherfucking lips. So this was radical today. I wish there has to be a better way for me to do this. But anyway, it was powerful. I felt like the reading tonight was so on point, so on time in so many ways. It's really powerful. So be mindful of how you're speaking this week. The equinox, the solar eclipse is happening day after tomorrow. You feel me? Power up. Power up. Good night, you guys. Oh, excuse me.